In September 1939, the world watched in horror as the German forces began their relentless march of conquest, signaling the start of World War II. Poland, with its 34 million people, was crushed under the weight of the German Blitzkrieg, a new kind of warfare defined by speed and overwhelming force. Lightning-fast armored divisions swept through Poland's tens of thousands of square miles, matching the Polish defenders. The word Blitzkrieg became a symbol of destruction as Poland's cities and armies fell in a matter of days. What you're about to see are actual combat scenes filmed by German frontline cameramen, highlighting Nazi superiority at that time. These images captured Hitler's military forces at their peak, showcasing an invasion that would later be remembered as a historic turning point. The Polish defenders, brave but outnumbered, fought valiantly but could not stop the onslaught. Though later in the war, the Allies would debunk the myth of Nazi invincibility, these early battles showed a Europe unprepared for the scale of destruction the Nazis could unleash. The spark that set off this catastrophic war started in Danzig, a free city where Nazi secret agents had been plotting in the shadows, sowing the seeds of revolt and lawlessness. Germany called it liberation, but the world saw Danzig as the spark that ignited the European conflict. Danzig became the excuse for Hitler's forces to unleash their destructive campaign of conquest. One of the most iconic moments of this invasion was the last stand of Danzig's defenders at the city's post office. Brave men, entrenched and under relentless fire from Nazi-trained militia, fought back against overwhelming odds. The attackers, shielded by advancing tanks, moved in, spraying gasoline on the building to seal its fate. The defenders were doomed, and on September 1st, Danzig was officially incorporated into the Reich, marking the beginning of World War II. As Nazi forces moved up, they claimed it was a counterattack with pursuit, but the world knew the truth. It was the full force of Germany's military machine, unleashed without mercy. Tanks, planes, and artillery roared across the Polish countryside, revealing for the first time the scale of destruction the Nazis were capable of. For Poland and the world, the invasion marked the beginning of a war that would spread across Europe, engulfing nations and testing the resolve of freedom-loving people everywhere. The only real pause for the German forces came during the brief lulls between battles. Even then, they remained vigilant, keeping their weapons clean and ready for use at any moment. The German military had perfected the art of maintaining an efficient fighting force, demonstrating mastery in every aspect of warfare. Meanwhile, Polish forces at the vital seaport of Gdynia made preparations for defense, sinking ships to block the harbor and prevent German warships from entering. However, the relentless Nazis unleashed firepower across the harbor, with both military and naval forces working together to obliterate Polish defenses. Following heavy bombardment, the outnumbered Polish garrison at Gdynia had no choice but to surrender. The destruction didn't stop there. Nazi air power played a critical role in the devastating attacks on Poland. Their method was systematic. First, reconnaissance planes flew over, capturing valuable photographic data on troop movements and weaknesses. These aerial photos revealed key information, such as the movement of Polish troops and undefended areas, providing Nazi bombers with easy targets. As soon as the reconnaissance planes landed, the film was rushed to field developing units to be quickly processed. These photographs, such as those showing convoys bunched at crossroads, provided vital information that allowed German ground and air raids to be coordinated with deadly precision. Had the vehicles maintained proper distance and intervals, they might have avoided becoming such easy targets. The aerial photographs were instrumental in forming the strategy for much of the German military's operations in Poland. As German forces prepared for the attack, their fighter planes and bombers were constantly refueled and rearmed. Bombs were unpacked and lined up to resupply the aircraft as they landed, only to take off again for another round of destruction. Wave after wave of German bombers headed out to clear the way for their advancing land armies, targeting fortifications, artillery batteries, marching troops, railway junctions, and crucial highways. From above, the German Air Force cut off every escape route for the Polish forces, leaving them trapped in several pockets. Stuka dive bombers were deployed to attack key targets like railway junctions. These planes would dive thousands of feet before releasing their bombs, leveling out just 600 feet above their targets. Polish anti-aircraft defenses were no match for these devastating aerial assaults. The aftermath below was a scene of total destruction. Bridges, communication lines, and railway links lay in ruins, making the transportation of troops and resources impossible. German bombs also disabled the heavy armored cars that the Polish army had hoped would be effective in holding off the enemy. As the Germans closed in on Warsaw, the siege began. The attack started 31 miles outside the city, with continuous shelling raining down on Warsaw. Day after day, the Nazis tightened their grip around the city, with hundreds of fires turning the skyline into a massive cloud of smoke. The siege marked the beginning of Warsaw's fall. Warsaw has fallen. The brutal Nazi Blitzkrieg has left the city in ruins, and in under 30 days, Poland has been overwhelmed. The final surrender of Warsaw came on September 27th, marking the end of Poland's resistance in this first devastating round of World War II. The wreckage scattered across the city bears witness to the intensity of the Nazi assault. With Warsaw occupied, the Polish forces, though brave, were no match for the Nazi war machine, which outnumbered and outgunned them at every turn. Polish soldiers, now prisoners, are seen surrendering their weapons, vast quantities of guns and ammunition that the Nazis quickly seized. The swift Nazi advance left little time for the Poles to destroy their armaments or regroup. In long, somber lines, Polish prisoners, estimated to be around 500,000, marched into captivity. Hitler's challenge to the world was now clear, and the German military paraded through the streets of Warsaw, showcasing their might and discipline. The world was meant to be intimidated by this display of power, but the years that followed would tell a different story. The Allies were determined to prove that these Nazi legions were not invincible, ensuring that the tragedy of September 1939 would never happen again. The German army, after 6 years of training and battle experience in Spain and Poland, seemed invincible. But what about Britain and France? The British started from scratch, building up an army both at home and across their empire. It wasn't just Britain in the fight. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the entire British Commonwealth were all committed to defeating Hitlerism and everything it stood for. While Britain's army was still growing, they already had a powerful tool, the Royal Navy. Once war was declared, the British Navy swept German shipping from the seas and positioned fleets strategically at Suez, Malta, Gibraltar, the Channel, and the North Sea, effectively blockading Germany. Conquering the world was impossible for Hitler without confronting Britain. But there was a challenge: how to strike at Britain. Between Germany and the island nation stood not just France, but also the neutral, peaceful countries of Luxembourg, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, each working hard to maintain their freedom. Hitler was well aware that the small neutral countries of Europe, likes of Denmark, Norway, Holland, and Belgium, feared being caught in the middle of a larger conflict. They were anxious about their neutrality being violated. If these nations joined forces with the Allies, they would form a strong democratic front, making Nazi conquest far more challenging. Hitler understood this, so before launching his military assaults, he relied on propaganda to weaken their unity and resolve. His aim was to confuse and divide them, using fear and manipulation to pave the way for his aggression. Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister, reassured these nations that Germany had no interest in war, claiming it was Britain and France that were stirring up trouble. Hitler himself took the stage on October 6, 1939, offering specific promises to each of the neutral countries. To Denmark, he guaranteed a non-aggression pact. He told Norway that Germany had no quarrel with the northern states. He reassured Holland that the Reich was committed to maintaining traditional friendship. And to Belgium, he insisted that Germany posed no threat, with no claims that could be seen as a danger to the country. These promises were part of a calculated plan to lull these nations into a false sense of security. While Hitler was making grand promises of peace, his generals were secretly preparing their first target, Norway. Why Norway? Its steep fjords were ideal for U-boat bases, allowing Nazi submarines to disrupt British supply lines. Additionally, Norway's western shore would offer strategic air bases, making British defences like Scapa and its naval blockade fleet vulnerable to bomber attacks, an opportunity the German-based bombers couldn't pass up. However, to seize Norway, the Nazis needed a launchpad, and tiny Denmark was the perfect springboard. At dawn on April 9, 1940, the German army invaded Denmark, swiftly crossing its neutral borders. Within hours, Denmark fell, and by nightfall, it was fully occupied, its people forced into subjugation. This, despite Hitler's earlier claim of a non-aggression pact with Denmark, made only 6 months prior. In Norway, German merchant ships that appeared peaceful had quietly entered Norway's neutral waters, docking at major ports. While they seemed like ordinary vessels, they were actually covertly carrying troops and weapons, a modern-day Trojan horse. At the precise moment when the Nazis overran Denmark, these disguised ships activated their operations. Simultaneously, German warships along the entire coastline began moving up the Norwegian fjords. Ships, transports, tanks, soldiers and planes were all deployed simultaneously against the unsuspecting nation. Airborne infantry units seized every strategic Norwegian airport. The entire operation was made easier by internal collaborators led by Major Vidkun Quisling, who took control and issued orders to suppress any resistance. German warships sailed past coastal defenses that remained silent despite having the capability to repel them. By the afternoon of April 9, 1940, the Germans had taken full control of all 7 Norwegian ports they had targeted in the morning. For the first time in over 2 centuries, the people of Norway witnessed an invading army marching through their cities. Many of these Nazi soldiers, now strutting as conquerors, had been in Norway years earlier as refugee children during World War I, receiving care and compassion from kind Norwegians. Now they returned, repaying that kindness with terror and destruction. After seizing the capital, the Nazis spread out across the country. However, Norwegian troops successfully halted one German advance between Hamar and Elverum. In response, the Germans launched bombers, forcing the Norwegian forces to retreat northward under constant air attacks. During this assault, Captain Robert Luzy, an American military attaché, was killed, marking the first American soldier to lose his life in World War II. Despite the resistance, the Nazis continued to spread their control throughout Norway. Small patrols of German forces occupied every strategic village in Norway. Paratroopers landed in the mountains, while unopposed bombing raids sent terrified civilians fleeing for their lives. The Norwegians had desperately tried to avoid war, compromising and hoping to escape the Nazi menace. Tragically, they had not united with the other democracies, and now they were left to face the Nazi invasion defenseless and alone. Before the Allies could come to their aid, the Germans had already seized control of all key forts. Despite the difficult situation, British, French, and Polish contingents launched several landings along the Norwegian coast. They targeted areas both north and south of Trondheim, attempting to encircle the city. However, they faced constant heavy air attacks, and the scene of action was beyond the range of British fighter planes. The Allies brought in aircraft carriers to help, but they were at a disadvantage against land-based planes. As a result, the Allies suffered heavy losses from the air and were ultimately forced to withdraw from the hopeless situation. Further north at Narvik, the Allies initially met with better success, inflicting significant naval losses on the Nazis and holding the town for nearly 2 months. They even captured their first prisoners of the war. However, Nazi air superiority once again proved decisive, and the Allies were forced to retreat under heavy bombardment from the air. Loyal Norwegians were left to mourn their losses, their destroyed cities, and the betrayal by their own people, the Quislings. Just months earlier, Hitler had declared that Germany had no conflict with the northern states. Yet, Norway found itself under Nazi occupation, a stark reminder that Hitler's words meant nothing. The efficiency with which the Nazis took Norway left the world in shock. Hitler had captured 2 more countries, and while many marveled at his speed, it became clear that a ruthless disregard for laws and humanity often leads to such results. And so Hitler got what he wanted: strategic bases in Norway to target Britain. This northern conquest formed one part of his pincer movement. The next step, a drive through France to complete the southern claw. With U-boats and bombings weakening Britain, the Nazis aimed to launch their final invasion. Hitler's next move was inevitable: France. But how would France, who had endured German attacks in 1914, face this new onslaught? The scenes from the past echoed again. In 1914, without warning, German armies had stormed through neutral Belgium and into France, getting within miles of Paris. Back then, the French rallied in every possible vehicle to fight, forming the legendary taxi-cab army. At the heart of the defense was the 9th French Army, led by an almost unknown general. On September 5, 1914, this general made the historic decision to attack, despite being outnumbered and surrounded, showing the resilience of the French forces. Hitler chose not to challenge the heavily fortified Maginot Line, which France had so confidently built to defend against German aggression. Instead, he directed his forces to exploit France's weakest point. The French, who once carried the proud spirit of victory under leaders like Marshal Foch, were now trapped by a sense of safety in the Maginot Line's concrete fortresses. Their strategy was no longer to attack, but to wait, relying on their defenses to hold off the Nazi onslaught. But Hitler knew better. He bypassed the Maginot Line entirely, sending his forces through the Ardennes, a region the French believed was impenetrable. With this bold and unexpected move, the German Blitzkrieg swept into France, catching the French forces off guard. The reliance on concrete fortifications and a defensive mindset proved fatal. The once proud spirit of France, symbolized by Foch's call to attack, always attack, had given way to a cautious, defensive posture embodied by the Maginot Line. Unfortunately for France, the modern warfare of Nazi Germany needed more than strong walls to be stopped. Hitler had carefully studied the weakened state of France. He knew that after World War I, France had suffered devastating losses, both in terms of lives and spirit. The French people had endured over 6 million casualties between 1914 and 1918, which drained the nation of its younger generation, its hope, and its resolve. In addition to this loss, the failure of the League of Nations, political corruption, and the influence of special interests had disillusioned the French. They had lost faith in their own democratic ideals, making them vulnerable to Nazi manipulation. While France still appeared strong, its internal unity was fragile. Hitler's greatest weapon was not just his military force, but his ability to exploit these weaknesses. During the Phoney War, when no real fighting occurred, the Nazis unleashed a psychological campaign. Propaganda floated across the Rhine, aimed at demoralizing French soldiers. Banners, notes, and even French tunes were used to break their spirits. "Why do you fight?" the messages asked, claiming the British were using France for their own imperialistic goals. The Germans sought to sow doubt, telling the French soldiers their homes were being taken over by British troops while they were on the front lines. With France already divided and disillusioned, Hitler prepared to strike again. But where? Would it be through Alsace-Lorraine, as in 1870, or through the Low Countries, as in 1914? France was on the brink, and Hitler knew it. In 1940, France and its allies expected the German invasion to follow a similar pattern to World War I, where the Germans had pushed through Belgium to attack. The French believed their Maginot Line, a series of fortifications along the German border, was unbeatable, so they focused their defences on the border with Belgium. They anticipated that any German invasion would come through the Low Countries like Belgium, Holland, or Luxembourg. With this in mind, they positioned 78 divisions along the Belgian border, while 17 divisions manned the Maginot Line. Meanwhile, 10 divisions were placed near the Italian border just in case Mussolini decided to join the fight. A smaller force was also stationed as a precaution against Spain. Britain contributed 10 divisions, located in northern France, to bolster the French defences. The plan was simple. If Germany attacked through Belgium, the Allied armies would swing like a door into Belgium, using the northern end of the Maginot Line. The French were confident because the Ardennes, a heavily forested and rugged region, stood in the way of any German advance. The French military believed that the Ardennes was impassable for large armoured forces due to its narrow roads, streams, and weak bridges. This assumption would prove to be one of the greatest miscalculations in military history. On May 9, 1940, as people in the democracies prayed for strength, the German forces launched a coordinated attack. Without even declaring war, the Germans invaded Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland. The attack was swift, brutal, and well coordinated, covering the entire front, from the Maginot Line to the sea. France's strategy, built on the wrong assumptions, was about to be tested in ways they had not imagined. In the early hours of the German invasion of the Netherlands, Rotterdam was swiftly overtaken by Nazi forces with the help of fifth columnists who had infiltrated the country. This move signaled a turning point for the Allies, as France was caught flat-footed and overwhelmed by the speed of the attack. From that point on, it was only a matter of time before the Germans would dominate. As the breakthrough at Sedan unfolded, it extended along a wide front, spanning 50 miles from Nîmes in Belgium to Sedan. Further north, the Allied armies had swung into their defensive positions, expecting the Germans to launch a full-scale attack across the Albert Canal and smash against their front lines. However, by May 13th, the situation remained dangerous but uncertain. The Germans had already swept through Holland and broken the Albert Canal defences, but it was still unclear where their main attack would come. On May 14th and 15th, it became evident that the real German breakthrough was happening south of Nîmes near Sedan, and the French Ninth Army was caught off guard while still moving into position. They were swiftly shattered by the German assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the French High Command ordered an immediate abandonment of their positions, not because they were under attack, but because of the rapid German advance through the Meuse. To try and plug the breach, the French Seventh Army was ordered to make a historic forced march southward to counter the rapidly advancing German spearheads. However, instead of launching an offensive against the German flank, the army was used merely to patch up the broken front. Throughout this period, the Allies had placed their faith in defensive strategies, but the Germans' new warfare tactics, called combining planes, tanks, and infantry, rendered these defensive measures obsolete. The speed and coordination of the German Blitzkrieg overwhelmed the static defense, sealing the fate of the French army and leading to the collapse of their front lines. The world was astounded by the lightning speed of the German armored columns. What was the secret behind these rapid advances? It lay in the organization of their spearhead attacks. Armored divisions led the charge, closely followed by motorized infantry units. These motorized divisions would break off to form defensive walls, protecting the corridors for their supply trucks, ensuring that the advancing forces were constantly replenished with fuel, food, and ammunition. This allowed the German column to extend rapidly, maintaining momentum and overwhelming resistance. To restore the deteriorating Allied situation, it became clear that the German corridor needed to be cut. On May 17th, General Charles de Gaulle attempted a counterattack, striking at the German flank. Although he managed to capture a few prisoners, his light mechanized forces were not enough to stop the heavily armored German advance. His attack was like a pinprick to a rhinoceros. A second attack followed, but met with even less success. The resources necessary for a successful counterattack were simply not available. Where the Allies needed multiple divisions, they could only muster small groups of companies and battalions. In one valiant but doomed attempt, a group of slow-moving British tanks tried to cut the German corridor near Arras. Lacking the necessary striking power and support, this brave unit was destroyed, leaving the German advance unchecked. On May 21st, the German spearhead reached the port of Abbeville on the English Channel, sealing off northern France. With their flank protected along the Somme River, the Germans spread out to the north and east, aiming for total annihilation of the Allied forces. On May 28th, the exhausted Belgian army, surrounded and battered, surrendered. This left the French and British armies in a desperate situation, trapped with their backs to the sea at the small port of Dunkirk. It seemed like one of the greatest military disasters in history was unfolding. The entire British army faced destruction. But amidst the fog and mist of the Channel, an unexpected sight appeared. A diverse fleet of Navy ships, fishing vessels, and private yachts. The British people had launched a daring rescue mission to save their army. Above them, British fighter planes engaged the Luftwaffe, holding them at bay, while below small groups of Allied troops fought to delay the advancing Germans long enough for the evacuation to happen. In what became known as the Miracle of Dunkirk, 211,500 British troops, along with 112,500 French and Belgian soldiers, were successfully rescued. Over 300,000 soldiers, battle-hardened and resolute, lived to fight another day, determined to return with better weapons to defeat the Nazis. This incredible spirit of resilience was embodied by Winston Churchill, the British leader who had long warned the world about the dangers of Nazi Germany. But while Britain prepared for a renewed fight, France was left in a near-hopeless situation. With 2/5 of its army gone and fewer than 50 divisions remaining, the French were left to defend a 200-mile front stretching from the northern end of the Maginot Line to the sea. Behind this thin line of defense, there were no reserves left to hold off the advancing German forces. As the despairing people of Paris sent their children southward, they held on to the fragile hope that some miracle might save them from the approaching catastrophe. The French army, under-equipped and outnumbered, braced themselves for the inevitable. They knew the blow would come, and on June 5th it did. The French fought back with all their strength, but by June 8th the left flank of their army had been shattered. A general withdrawal was ordered to the lines of the Marne and the Seine rivers, but the tide of the battle was already turning. On June 9th, the Germans launched their main assault, and within 2 days, their armoured and motorised divisions broke out into the open countryside. This breakthrough sealed the fate of France, and soon after, the grim reality of defeat became clear. officials began discussing an armistice. And what of the Maginot Line, the supposed impenetrable fortification that France had relied on? On June 14th, the Germans launched 2 attacks against the Maginot Line. In both cases, they managed to break through. At the same time, Mussolini, sensing the moment was safe, decided to join the fray. He sent his Italian divisions racing across the border, hoping to secure a piece of France in its hour of collapse. Organized resistance in France had come to an end. The French government now faced 2 choices: continue the fight by retreating to North Africa or surrender and accept defeat. France's leaders were weary and exhausted, and none more so than Marshal Pétain. Encouraged by individuals like Laval, who saw a German victory as his opportunity for personal gain, Pétain made the decision on June 16th to ask for an armistice. Hitler, in typical fashion, received the news of France's collapse with satisfaction. His terms for the armistice were equally symbolic and humiliating. He insisted that the signing take place in the same railway coach where Marshal Foch had accepted Germany's surrender in World War I. The French delegation arrived to meet the full consequences of their country's disunity and the betrayal of some of their leaders. More than 3/5 of the country would be under military occupation, and the remaining areas would be governed by a regime hand-picked by Hitler. To support the German occupation forces, a tax of 400 million francs per day was imposed on the French people. Additionally, nearly 2 million French prisoners of war were taken to Germany, forced to either work as laborers or suffer in concentration camps, facing hunger, disease, and other horrors. Men were deliberately separated from their families permanently with a grim purpose: to reduce France's birth rate and weaken the country for future generations, eliminating it as a global power. French civilians, men, women, and children were forced to work on farms or in factories for the Nazi regime. If they didn't work, they faced starvation. Hitler's plan was clear: there will be a class of subject alien races. French children were given such insufficient food that many would be 12 years old before their adult teeth grew in. Any attempt to protest these brutal conditions was met with swift and lethal punishment, with thousands of innocent French civilians executed. This was the steep price France paid as they signed the armistice. As the master of the master race toured Paris, the once celebrated city of light, there were no cheering crowds to greet him. When the people of Paris returned to the streets, it was not to celebrate freedom, but to hear dictators tell them how to live, what to say, and what to think, reducing them to mere subjects of the Nazi regime. The Republic of France, with its ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, was gone. Yet, in the hearts of the French, hope still flickered. As their military colours were taken south to the Mediterranean to be kept out of Nazi hands, the people wept, not knowing that the colours of France would fly again. A rallying point had emerged. Charles de Gaulle, a soldier in the tradition of Marshal Foch, refused to surrender. He continued the fight, gathering loyal Frenchmen worldwide to form the Free French Army. 2 years later, those same flags would rise again in North Africa, standing beside the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes. With General de Gaulle and General Giraud leading them, the French red, white, and blue would once again fly high. Out of the ashes of defeat and humiliation, the soul of France was reborn. The fall of Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Norway, Holland, Belgium, and France gave Adolf Hitler more than 100 million people to either work as slaves for him or face starvation. These initial conquests were just the beginning. The real challenge was on the line, which was the Battle of Britain. Hitler and his generals worked tirelessly, drafting plans for Britain's conquest. They knew that even the smallest mistake could ruin their ambitions for world domination. 6 intense weeks of preparation went into their strategy. 6 weeks that would shape history for generations to come. The plan was designed to be foolproof, with every detail carefully thought out. Hitler's approach seemed almost straightforward. The objective of Phase 1 was to knock out the Royal Air Force and its bases. This would allow the Germans to control the airspace and secure the sea lanes across the English Channel. Hitler planned to follow the same Blitz strategy that had already devastated Poland, the Low Countries, and France. The idea was to destroy Britain's communication and transport systems, and most importantly, gain complete command of the air. The objective of Phase 2 was, once air superiority was achieved, German dive bombers would target and devastate the British coastline. Paratroopers would be dropped to seize control of airfields and establish crucial beachheads for the invasion. Phase 3 of Hitler's invasion plan was the actual land invasion. The strategy was simple. Transport German panzer divisions across the English Channel using high-speed barges, all protected by German fighter planes. Once on land, these forces would push forward, surround, and annihilate any British opposition. With Britain conquered, Hitler aimed to force the surrender of the British Navy, adding it to the already powerful fleets of Germany, Italy, France, and Japan. Controlling the seas would allow Hitler to dictate the future of the world. Along the invasion coasts, over 100 well-prepared German divisions sang the Nazi anthem, "We are sailing against England," as they waited for Hitler's command. For weeks, Nazi forces and supplies were steadily positioned for the invasion of Britain. The jaws of the Nazi war machine were primed to swallow Britain whole. But what about Britain? How were they preparing for the inevitable attack? Britain had an army, but it was a force rescued from the beaches of Dunkirk, an army without proper weapons. Most of their tanks, guns, and other equipment had been left behind on the roads of France. The only thing they had saved was their most valuable resource was their soldiers. With Britain facing such a dire situation, there was little modern equipment available for defense. The entire country had barely enough gear to outfit even one modern division. There was only one tank for every 1,000 square miles of land, and just one machine gun for every 1,500 yards of coastline. Though Britain had a powerful navy, it was scattered across the globe, guarding vital supply routes. Sending the fleet into the narrow English Channel would have been suicidal, with the German Luftwaffe in control of the skies. The Royal Air Force, Britain's primary defense, was vastly outnumbered by the German Air Force, with a ratio of 10-to-1 in men and machines. Meanwhile, the people of Britain themselves, the men, women, and children, knew they were directly in Hitler's crosshairs. The entire population was under threat of full-scale invasion, and everyone understood the gravity of the situation. There was a monumental task at hand, and little time to prepare. Regardless of their age or background, citizens rose to the challenge. The young, the middle-aged, and the elderly clerks, butchers, farmers, and even members of Parliament formed Britain's Home Guard, a civilian army. Though they lacked experience, supplies, and proper equipment, they trained with determination. Many could only fire one shell per practice. The people of Britain, including women, were determined to do their part in the war effort. They ferried planes, carried important dispatches, drove ambulances, and ran the buses. They made sure the men of the military were well fed and ready for whatever lay ahead. Men and women alike worked tirelessly. Full-time wasn't enough. Many put in overtime, and some even worked 60 or 70 hours a week. Hours and fatigue became irrelevant until eventually the government had to step in and reduce the hours to avoid hurting production. When they weren't working, men patrolled the countryside, keeping watch for enemy parachutists, blocking roads, and practicing defenses against an invasion. The Germans couldn't grasp this spirit. In a democracy, it's the people who make war, not just the government. The British people placed their faith in Winston Churchill, their newly chosen Prime Minister, who echoed their determination in his powerful speech. "We shall fight on the beaches, landing grounds, in fields, in streets, and on the hills. We shall never surrender." As the dark days of World War II closed in, Britain braces itself for what they knew was coming. They drilled, worked, and waited for the terror to arrive. It did, the skies filled with the sound that would become a part of British life, the drone of approaching German planes. On August 8, 1940, the Battle of Britain began. 30 enemy planes over the Channel, flying due west, came to the call. The Luftwaffe arrived in force, dozens of flights, hundreds of planes, including bombers, fighters, and dive bombers, crossing the short distance over the English Channel. Their first targets were the convoys loaded with essential supplies bound for London. German fighters circled overhead, waiting for the RAF to appear. And they did. Outnumbered by odds of 6, 8, or 10 to 1, the RAF pilots bravely dived in. The Nazi plan was simple: knock the RAF out of the skies. But the men of the RAF had other plans. They fought fiercely to defend their country. In the first 4 days of the Battle of Britain, the Royal Air Force took down 182 German planes. For the following week, the Luftwaffe shifted their attacks to the coastal cities, targeting areas from the Thames River down to Weymouth. Despite their fierce assault, the RAF managed to defend Britain relentlessly, and the Germans lost another 180 planes in their attempts. Hitler's forces then turned to bombarding the critical port towns of Southampton and Plymouth, hoping to cut off supplies from overseas. These ports endured heavy damage, but they remained operational. Cargoes continued to be unloaded, thanks to the tireless efforts of the RAF, which provided air cover. Realizing that battling the Spitfires and Hurricanes in the air wasn't achieving the desired results, Göring changed tactics. He focused his attacks on the British fighter airfields like Dover, Deal, and Parking, hoping to destroy the RAF's planes on the ground. Bombs rained down on the airfields, and while the fields were hit, the RAF had a plan. Unlike Poland and other nations, Britain had wisely scattered its planes. Rather than bunching them on runways, the RAF hid its aircraft in different corners of the airfields, minimizing the damage. The Spitfires continued to take to the skies and meet the Luftwaffe. In the first 10 days of the battle, Göring launched 26 major attacks, desperately trying to gain air superiority. The result? The Luftwaffe lost 697 aircraft, while the British lost only 153. And despite these odds, 60 British pilots managed to bail out and live to fight another day. Valuable RAF pilots, having bailed out, were saved and ready to fight again. Meanwhile, the crews of Göring's planes were lost forever, a major blow to the Luftwaffe. The pace of the battle was proving too intense for the Germans, and something was going wrong. The Nazi Blitzkrieg was hitting a snag, not just in Britain, but across a 2,000-mile front stretching from Norway to France. The RAF was still in the air, holding firm, and that was stalling the entire German war machine. The Nazi troops, previously confident in their upcoming invasion, were growing frustrated. Long-range German guns were overheating from shelling the British coastline, while Hitler, in public, continued to reassure his people, telling them, "Mr. Churchill tells his people that England will win, but I tell you that victory will belong to Germany." Behind the scenes, however, Hitler was feeling the pressure and called Göring in, ordering him to act quickly. In response, on August 30th, Göring commanded an all-out assault on inland airfields and industrial centers, hoping to cripple the RAF at its source. He also adjusted his tactics: fewer bombers and more fighters, perhaps because his bomber fleet was already dwindling. Whatever the reason, he sent waves of bombers heavily protected by fighter planes. These fighters formed a protective shield, with squadrons positioned at high altitudes on both sides, in front and in the rear of the bombers. But Britain was prepared. Their morale was high, and their defenses were sharper than ever. Listening posts, now more advanced, were set up along the coast, giving early warnings of incoming enemy planes. As soon as the Luftwaffe left the continent, the British knew. A quick alert was sent from the control stations to the fighter bases, and British pilots took to the skies, ready to meet the enemy while they were still over the English Channel. Day after day, the battles continued high above the cliffs of Dover, with fierce aerial combat taking place at altitudes of 4, 5, and 6 miles. This region, known as Hell's Corner, became the scene of relentless attacks as the Germans attempted to break through and reach inland targets. Despite the onslaught, the workers in Britain kept producing vital supplies, and the RAF remained in the air, defending their homeland. The RAF pilots, alone in the skies, were not just shooting down planes, they were shattering the entire Nazi plan for world domination. From August 24th to September 5th, the Luftwaffe launched 35 major attacks, but each time they suffered heavy losses. The Germans lost 562 planes, while the British lost 219, managing to save 132 of their pilots. Hitler's invasion plans were falling apart, and the Nazis, blinded by frustration, couldn't understand why the British continued to fight against such overwhelming odds. What Hitler didn't realize was that the British had something stronger than military power, which was their spirit. Hitler, realizing his military superiority wasn't enough, ordered Göring to change tactics. Instead of targeting the RAF, the Nazis would now focus on breaking the spirit of the British people. He decided to attack the heart of Great Britain, the city of London. The aim was to reduce it to rubble, just like Warsaw and Rotterdam, and to crush the very essence of democratic life. Could London endure such an attack? Even the people of London weren't sure. Their defences were limited anti-aircraft guns hastily assembled, barrage balloons to force enemy planes to higher altitudes, and the RAF now running low on reserves. But most importantly, they had their determination. They prepared as best they could. More children were evacuated from the city, air raid precautions were tightened, airplane spotters were stationed, and firefighting teams rehearsed for the inevitable fires. London went dark as the blackout took effect, and the people braced for the worst. On September 7th, the first major blow landed. A massive formation of 375 German planes came roaring up the Thames River. The Battle of Britain turned into the Battle of London. The Hurricanes and Spitfires of the RAF rose to meet the attackers, but the German planes broke through. This was no longer about military targets. This was about pure, savage destruction. Despite the relentless bombing campaign, the people of London carried on with remarkable resilience. Bombs didn't discriminate. They fell on the homes of both the rich and poor, on shops, hospitals, and churches alike. For 28 consecutive days, the Nazis unleashed wave after wave of destruction on the city. With tons of high explosives, delayed action bombs that would explode days later, and massive torpedoes that obliterated entire buildings. Amidst this relentless aerial assault, the everyday people of London fought their own battle for survival. Food became scarce, and sleep was a luxury, with most nights spent underground in cold, damp shelters. Residents adapted to this new reality, taking precautions and seeking safety in the shelters well ahead of time. Air raid wardens remained vigilant, guiding people to safety with unwavering dedication. Doctors and nurses continued working under unimaginable pressure, providing care even as the bombs fell around them. Rescue squads tirelessly sifted through rubble, searching for survivors, though not every search brought good news. Firefighters battled the flames with determination, refusing to let the bombs stop their efforts to save what they could of the city. This was life during the Blitz, a continuous test of endurance and bravery. Despite the horror of the bombings and the destruction, the people of Britain refused to yield, standing firm in defiance of the Nazis' calculated attempt to break their spirit. Across the Channel, an enraged Göring took direct command of operations. On September 15th, he launched one of the Luftwaffe's largest assaults. 500 German bombers and Messerschmitt fighters surged over the English coast, intent on overwhelming Britain's defences. The British, determined to defend their skies, responded with everything they had. What followed was a historic, three-dimensional battle fought across a 60-mile-long, 38-mile-wide area, reaching heights of up to 6 miles. Within the first 30 minutes, 200 individual dogfights raged in the skies. Some of the German bombers managed to break through London's defences, reaching the heart of the city. Despite the devastation, the British defences remained resolute. By the end of the day, Britain had achieved a significant victory. A total of 185 enemy aircraft had been shot down, marking one of the greatest successes in the ongoing Battle of Britain. The British airmen, against overwhelming odds, had once again proven their resilience and determination. Of the 500 German planes that flew over that day, more than a third were shot down. During the 28 days of terror from September 7th to October 5th, the Nazis dropped £50 million of bombs on London. They killed 7,000 civilians and wounded 10,000 more. Iconic landmarks, including Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, the Houses of Parliament, Fleet Street, and St Paul's Cathedral, was all hit. Bombs blasted through the historical heart of the city, but at a great cost to the Luftwaffe. The Nazis lost 900 planes and their crews during those 28 days. The more they sent over, the more were shot down. The British Spitfire had proven to be one of the deadliest weapons in the war, and if the Germans continued at this rate, their air force would soon be depleted. Desperate for a new tactic, the Nazis changed their approach. On October 6, they switched to night attacks, hoping to avoid the RAF's Spitfires and Hurricanes and break the will of the British people. No longer focused on air control or strategic phases, they aimed to bomb the population into submission to make them cry for mercy. At night, the RAF could do little. It became a battle between German bombs and British resilience. The great docks of London turned into roaring infernos, homes were destroyed by incendiaries, and business blocks were set ablaze. Yet, the people of London endured. Night after night, they sought refuge underground, and each morning they emerged from the wreckage, determined to carry on. The Battle of London was, in many ways, the battle of its people, who stood firm in the face of terror, refusing to be broken by the enemy's relentless attacks. In the face of bombs, fire, and death, the people of London continued their daily routines. They reported to their desks and workbenches, putting in 10 to 12 hours of work each day. The British spirit remained resilient, growing stronger as the RAF soared higher and farther. Amidst the chaos, the British found not only the strength to defend, but also to counterattack. With whatever bombers they could muster, they began hitting back. In this critical period, British forces targeted key German sites. Submarine and shipbuilding yards at Bremen, deemed vitally important, were selected as a target for retaliation. As the RAF commenced their counterattacks, Hitler vowed a thousand-fold revenge. The German response was swift and brutal. On the night of November 14th, a devastating assault was launched on Coventry. £1 million of bombs were dropped on the city, reducing it to rubble much like Warsaw and Rotterdam had been before. The people of Coventry, after enduring a devastating attack, managed to recover their loved ones from the rubble and lay them to rest in common graves. Despite the destruction, Hitler could not break their spirit. They returned to their jobs with a resolute belief that their industrial work was as crucial as any weapon, determined that this enemy must be defeated. They awaited the day when they would strike back. As Christmas 1940 approached, the season of peace and goodwill stood in stark contrast to the turmoil of war. Hitler, unable to bomb Britain into submission, turned to a new strategy: fire. Millions of firebombs were unleashed on London, igniting over 1,500 sections of the city almost simultaneously. The flames quickly merged into what became the largest fire in recorded history. The attack disrupted vital water supplies, with mains being shattered and water pressure nearly cut off. The London Fire Brigade emerged as heroes, extending temporary hose lines from the Thames River despite the Nazis choosing a night of exceptionally low tide. Throughout the devastation, the people of London remained steadfast. They endured the inferno with resilience and a defiant spirit. They understood that this was a people's war, and as long as they held firm, they could not be beaten. In the months that followed, Britain endured relentless bombings and destruction. But a nation that draws on unwavering courage, even when exhausted, may suffer but cannot be defeated. The Battle of Britain was a victory not achieved by Hitler. He had lost significantly, with 2,375 German planes and their crews destroyed. For the first time, the Germans faced defeat and their invincibility was shattered. Over the course of a year, the Nazis continued their assault on Britain, destroying thousands of homes, damaging millions more, and killing over 40,000 civilians while wounding 50,000 others. Despite this, no Nazi soldier ever set foot on British soil. Hitler, undeterred, shifted his focus to the east. The reasons for the Nazi defeat in the Battle of Britain were clear. A disciplined and determined German force met an equally resolute Free People, who made the invaders retreat. The new style of warfare, in which the RAF excelled, played a crucial role. The British, often dismissed by Hitler as weak, soft democracies, proved their mettle. They not only defended their nation, but also bought the world a precious year of time. As Winston Churchill famously commented, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." The British, often dismissed by Hitler as weak, soft democracies, proved their mettle. They not only defended their nation, but also bought the world a precious year of time. As Winston Churchill famously commented, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." Formerly known as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, was and still is incredibly rich in natural resources. Its vast mountains conceal abundant deposits of gold and silver, while the ground below holds extensive reserves of copper, tin, manganese, nickel, chromium, radium, sulfur, and magnesia. Russia's forests, covering millions of acres, account for a quarter of the world's lumber reserves. The country is also endowed with substantial fuel resources, including vast quantities of coal and, even more crucially, oil. Russia produces 23 million barrels of oil each year, containing 55% of the world's total oil reserves. Additionally, Russia has over 10 billion tons of iron, which is essential for steel production. The rich black soil of Russia supports a wide range of agriculture. It yields everything from sunflowers to lotus and supports the cultivation of tea and tobacco, both of which are consumed in large amounts. Cotton production reaches 3,800,000 bales annually, and sugar is also grown. Russia's pastures provide ample feed for livestock, producing meat and wool. The vast plains are covered with grain fields stretching as far as the eye can see, including corn, oats, hops, rye, and some of the world's best wheat. Russia is not only rich in resources, but also in people. With a population of 193 million, the USSR is home to individuals of every race, color, and creed from its diverse republics. The country is a mosaic of cultures and languages, with over 100 different languages spoken, but all citizens are united under one nation. No matter who they are, whether they're the great Russians, whose ancestors settled this vast land, and have lived here for 1,000 years, or the Cossacks, the famous horsemen from the plains of the Don River Valley, or from the southwest in Ukraine, where the Ukrainians lived in the Soviet Union's rich farmland. Alongside them were Moldavians and Bessarabians. If they came from the south, between the Caspian and Black Seas, there are Armenians and Georgians, or tough Chechens from the high mountains. There were also Uzbeks, Turkmens and Kyrgyz from the borders of Persia and India, as well as other groups like the Bashkirs, Tatars and Yakuts from far beyond the Ural Mountains. Even people from the icy lands, hunters like the Chukchi or settlers like the Lapps. Whether they come from the remote northern wilderness or a big city like Moscow, where old buildings stand next to new ones, and old traditions mix with modern ways, whether they work in factories, serve in the army, build houses, direct traffic, or are school children, farmers, nurses, engineers, or musicians. They all share one thing: a deep love for their homeland. Russia is the largest country in the world, with endless raw materials and a population of 193 million. These are the reasons why every conqueror in history has wanted to take over Russia. This was also why the modern conqueror wrote, "When we talk about new territory, we must think of Russia." Germany's aggressive spirit had been passed down through generations, and in Hitler's Germany, the goal became world domination. The only answer to this threat was collective security. So, in 1934, the Soviet Union joined the League of Nations. Its representatives repeatedly pushed for agreements to defend any nation that was attacked through collective action. While some members of the League argued for using collective force, others like Germany, Italy, and Japan left the League to follow a path of aggression. They invaded Manchuria, Ethiopia, and then Hitler took over Austria, Czechoslovakia, and in 1939 Poland. This was the first step toward Russia. But when France and Britain declared war, Hitler's plans to go east were interrupted and the Germans had to turn west. In 1940, as we've seen, they eliminated the last resistance in Western Europe. While they tried to defeat Britain, German generals were already planning to restart their march east toward Russia. But before they could attack, they had to prepare. To the south and east of Germany were Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. Hungary had fields full of grain, but the Germans wanted it for their soldiers. Hungary also had bauxite, which is used to make aluminum, and aluminum makes planes. Hungary had an army too, not as strong as the German army, but good enough to send against Russia. Romania had grain and, more importantly, oil, which Hitler needed for his war. Romania also provided men for slave labor and cannon fodder for the attack on Russia. Both Romania and Hungary shared borders with Russia, and Hitler wanted those borders under German control. While Bulgaria didn't share a border with Russia, it had bases on the Black Sea for German submarines to attack Russian ships. By spring 1941, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were all under German control. Hungary was led by Admiral Horthy, Romania by young King Michael, who was just a puppet for Hitler's General Antonescu, and Bulgaria by King Boris, who had always supported German imperialism. These governments, facing the threat of rebellion from their people, were happy to let Hitler's army protect them. By March 1941, German troops occupied Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. However, Yugoslavia and Greece were still free, and as long as they were, they provided a possible path for the Allies to launch a counterattack. At one of their meetings, Hitler gave Mussolini the task of conquering Greece. Mussolini was excited that this was his only chance to show his people he could be a conqueror. But he misjudged the situation. After his fascist soldiers barely made it into Greece, the Greeks, in a well-planned mountain campaign, pushed the Italians back and even invaded Albania. Hitler was furious. Mussolini's failure to secure the southern flank was delaying the attack on Russia. Hitler sent an ultimatum to Yugoslavia and Greece: surrender or face war. But the Yugoslavs and Greeks, proud fighters, refused to bow to Nazi rule. At dawn on April 6, German bombs signaled the start of war with Yugoslavia. The Nazis and Italians launched a strong, coordinated attack, backed by almost uncontested airstrikes. The result was clear. Despite their determined efforts, the Yugoslav army was broken into smaller groups and captured. The war in Greece also began on April 6. Despite brave resistance from the Greeks and the British, who came to help them, the Germans, who had superior numbers and equipment, pushed past key defences. By the end of April, the Nazi flag was flying over Athens. With the Balkans conquered, the Nazis could now focus all their efforts on Russia. There was no time to lose, as time was on Russia's side. Their factories, which were originally built for peaceful purposes, were now making weapons for war. Though they couldn't produce enough for the huge battle ahead, they made what they could. Meanwhile, the Russian army grew as more men were called up to be trained, toughened, and prepared to defend their country. The Nazis had a strong front stretching from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea, but the Russians had built a buffer zone to weaken any Nazi attacks. But where would the Nazis strike? When they finally attacked, it came from 5 different directions, with an extra one from the north for good measure. This was the big day. A storm of nearly 200 Axis divisions, including more than 2 million men, hit a front that was 2,000 miles long, stretching from the White Sea to the Black Sea. Their goal was to destroy the Red Army in a decisive battle. The offensive targeted the entire front, but focused on 3 main objectives, including Leningrad, Moscow, and Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. In the first 30 days, von Lieb's forces advanced to within 125 miles of Leningrad, while Finnish troops, backed by the Germans, began closing in on the city from the north. In the center, Guderian's army pushed 480 miles into Soviet territory, capturing one Russian city after another. On July 17th, they took Smolensk, which was seen as the gateway to Moscow. At the same time in the south, von Rundstedt's forces moved deep into Ukraine. This was the Blitz at its peak, and the world thought Russia had only 6 weeks left. The Germans even announced, "The outcome in the east is already decided. Spans is the last stop on the road to Moscow." But then something unexpected happened. For the first time since the powerful German army started its blitz, crushing one European country after another, they faced a country that refused to give in. Even though Hitler's army pushed deeper into the Soviet Union and by October 15th was almost at the Kremlin, the Soviet government and foreign missions moved 700 miles east. Despite Hitler's confident claim about victory against the Soviet Union, and even though by December the Germans had taken 500,000 square miles of Russian land, including key farming areas, factories, and millions of people, the 6 weeks predicted for Russia's fall stretched to almost 6 months. The Nazi blitz had stalled, stumbled, and finally failed. What has gone wrong? Let's break it down. In this massive battle, 2 different armies and 2 different strategies faced each other. The Germans relied on a tactic called Kesse. One wedge of soldiers would be driven deep into enemy territory to join up with another, trapping their enemy inside and destroying them. The German plan in every campaign was to deliver one massive decisive blow, no matter the cost. Think back to the campaigns you've seen in these films. Poland, where the Poles defended their borders. The Blitz broke through, and Poland fell in 18 days. France, where the Allies defended the borders. The Germans broke through at Sedan, and France was lost. The Balkans, where Yugoslavians rushed to defend their borders. A breakthrough happened, and in 12 days Yugoslavia was gone. The Germans planned to use the same Blitz strategy against the Russians. but the Russians had developed their own defense. They used the size of their land to their advantage. The Russian strategy was to have layers of defense, one after another, going deep into their country. When the German forces hit the first line, it would bend and merge with the second line. The Germans would hit again, and part of the defense would fall, but the rest would bend into a third line. So, the further the Germans advanced into Russia, the stronger the defense became. Eventually, the Germans faced a solid wall of resistance, and they lost their chance for a quick all-out victory. The result, the Germans took land, but lost the campaign, while the Russian tactic kept most of their army intact, making a long war unavoidable. The Russians also had other tactics that caught the Germans off guard. Germany had developed blitz warfare, a fast, mechanized attacks using armies on wheels. But the Russians found a way to fight them. They turned their cities into strongholds, forcing the Germans to come to them. The more the Germans bombed a city, the harder it became for their tanks to move through. Russian cities became as well known as towns in the next county: Rostov, Kursk, Smolensk. One city after another stood in the way of the Nazi blitz. The Red Army made their cities vital to the fight. Odessa, which held off the Nazis for more than 2 months, slowed down the whole Nazi advance into Crimea. Sebastopol, which resisted every attack, held out for 8.5 months. The Russians fought fiercely for every part of the town, firing on the Germans from the large Black Sea naval base. When the Germans finally entered the town, the fight continued, with each district defended street by street, each street defended house by house, and each house defended room by room. The Russians knew their cities would be destroyed, but their goal wasn't to save the cities. The Germans were forced out of their armored vehicles to fight in close hand-to-hand combat, something they thought was a thing of the past. There was one more thing the Germans didn't count on. They overlooked the people. Generals may win campaigns, but it's the people who win wars. On June 22nd, when the Russian people learned that their country had been invaded, their determined faces showed they were ready to fight and die, but never surrender. They understood this war wasn't just about who controlled the land, it was about survival. The call to arms spread across every factory and farm, and from every Russian town and village, people came to answer. From that moment on, only one thing mattered: the victory. Total war meant everyone was involved, not just soldiers, but young and old, men and women. Age didn't matter. If you were 12 years old, there was work for you. Gender didn't matter. If you could hold a rifle, you were a soldier. If you could work a machine, harvest crops, drive a train, steer a ship, or guide a tractor, you were still a soldier, because everything was part of the war effort. Nothing that could be useful to the enemy was left behind, not a single piece of wire, iron, wheat, or cattle. Old men stood guard over the fields, ready to set them on fire at the first sign of the enemy. Everything was set ablaze, even the great Dnieper Dam, built with years of hard work to bring electricity to Ukraine. Rather than let the enemy take it, the Russians destroyed it. This was scorched earth, the land they had lived and worked on, their forests, fields, and farms. A new kind of army was formed to fight behind German lines. An army without uniforms, whose base was the forest and whose battlefield was the enemy's rear. This was the guerrilla army. They sought little glory, but were full of determination. Their efforts were rarely mentioned. Look closely at these faces, because you won't see them as war prisoners or heroes. They knew their fate was likely death, but they stayed behind to fight. Their only goal was destruction, blowing up communication lines, supplies, and killing invaders. Their weapons were dynamite and the element of surprise. They didn't ask for mercy and didn't give any. This was the guerrilla army. This was the scorched earth. This was the Red Army and its leaders. These are the reasons that even though the Germans captured 500,000 square miles of land, it was just barren, scorched land. This is why, after 5.5 months of blitz warfare, the Germans were stopped at the gates of Moscow. This is why, although Hitler had promised that by December, the swastika would fly over the Kremlin, December came, and it wasn't the swastika over the Russian capital. Instead, fresh Red Army troops marched through the streets of the ancient city. On the front lines, the men of the Red Army listened to their long-awaited order. Fighter command was ready, bomber command was ready, parachutists, artillery, tanks, cavalry, and infantry were all in position. Now it was the Germans' turn to fight for their lives. For the first time, the German army was retreating, experiencing the fear of a desperate retreat. Village after village, town after town, the Red Army moved through the land that had been under the control of the invaders for days and weeks. From cellars, forests, and hiding places, the men, women, and children who once lived in these towns emerged. Soldiers and guerrillas reunited with wives, mothers, and friends. There was celebration in the streets, joy in their hearts, but also deep sorrow. Their homes were in ruins, and the once bustling towns were now shattered and ghostly, reminders of what they had lost. Nothing had been spared. The Russians kept pushing forward, deeper along the front from Rostov to Leningrad. Nowhere could the German lines hold back the Russian advance, and by the spring of 1942, this area was freed from the Germans. This was the story of the people of a city now called Leningrad, named after Lenin, the leader of the Russian Revolution. Before that, it was called Petrograd, after its founder, Peter the Great. On June 22nd, the news of the attack reached Leningrad, just like the rest of the Soviet Union. But here, the city was only a few miles from the German lines. While the men of the Red Army and the Baltic Fleet went out to fight the enemy, another army was formed behind them. This army didn't use rifles, they used shovels. It was made up of men, women, and children. They worked hard, digging trenches, building barricades, and preparing defenses. They knew they were part of the front line, and they weren't wrong. Leningrad's first encounter with war didn't end when night fell. Finally, morning arrived, and the people of Leningrad emerged from the ruins. They looked similar to the people of London, Rotterdam, and Warsaw, with their destroyed homes, museums, and even the famous Russian elephant from the Leningrad Zoo as casualties. But there was a major difference. Bombing was only a small part of what Leningrad had to endure. In September, the Nazis surrounded the city, declaring it cut off and doomed. The German commander demanded the city's surrender, but he's still waiting for an answer. This was the start of the siege of Leningrad, a siege that would last almost 17 months. Winter came early that year, and it was bitterly cold, the hardest winter in years. But unlike other places in Russia, where winter was an ally, in Leningrad, the freezing temperatures made life even harder. The defenders of the city stayed in trenches of snow and ice, refusing to retreat. They were ready to die, but wouldn't give up another inch. Despite all their efforts, the enemy was stopped at the gates of the city. Inside, however, the people faced disease, famine, and extreme hardship. There was no oil for heat and no power for electricity, but the people of Leningrad didn't give up. They walked miles through the freezing cold to get to their workbenches. The pipes froze, and there was no running water, so they dug holes in the streets to find water. There was barely any food, with factory workers getting 8 ounces of bread a day, and everyone else, including children, only 4 ounces. To stop disease from spreading, an army of women worked daily, clearing rubble from the streets to keep the city clean. Bombs from the air couldn't force Leningrad to surrender. Winter couldn't do it, and hunger couldn't do it either. So the Germans started shelling the city, firing tons of explosives into its heart. But the more they shelled, the harder the people of Leningrad worked. Surrounded, with no help from the rest of Russia, and facing cold, hunger and disease, Leningrad was at its darkest hour. And then something miraculous happened. To the west of Leningrad is the Baltic Sea, and to the east and north is Lake Ladoga, a large inland lake. The Germans and Finns controlled most of the lake's borders, except for a small stretch still held by the Russians. There was nearly 100 miles of frozen, snow-covered ice between the shore and the city. Across the frozen surface of the lake, horses and sledges began carving a road. Soon trucks started crossing this icy highway, bringing food, oil, grain, and fuel to Leningrad. Truckload after truckload delivered new life to the city. By the time the Germans realized they had left this road open, it was too late. Their planes tried bombing the road, but the trucks kept coming day and night. Soon, it wasn't just trucks. Russians began laying train tracks across the ice. A locomotive with the words "To the Heroes of Leningrad" made its first journey from the far side of the lake, bringing food, medicine, and supplies. This was just the first of many trains that not only brought in much-needed aid, but also took out the wounded, the sick women, and freezing children who needed care. Throughout the long, harsh winter, the lake traffic continued, and the Red Army outside the city found the strength to not only defend Leningrad but also attack. Again and again, they pushed the Germans back, inch by inch, from the city's outskirts. Then spring arrived. Outside Leningrad, the snow began to melt, and the bodies of German soldiers emerged from their icy graves, a reminder of the Russians' determination. The ice on Lake Ladoga also started to thaw, but the trucks kept rolling, even as the ice beneath them melted. The city started to come back to life. For the first time in months, trolleys were running again. It seemed like everyone in the city, men, women, and children, wanted to take a ride. It felt like life had returned. Children who survived the Nazi bombs and the brutal winter were alive again, as were the women of the Red Army, the Red Fleet, and the sailors themselves. Artists from the famous Tchaikovsky ballet performed to lift spirits. Spring had come, summer was on the way, and Leningrad was still free. Although some Germans did eventually enter the city, it wasn't under the circumstances they had imagined. The legend of Nazi invincibility had been broken by the iron will and courage of the people of Leningrad. They showed that while generals may win battles, it's the people who win wars. By the summer of 1942, new posters appeared in Moscow, welcoming their allies. Help was already arriving in Russian ports, drugs, food, and warm clothes sent by friends to help in their darkest hour. But despite this, the Red Army leaders knew they still faced a powerful enemy, and that the Germans would attack again. This time, the Germans planned to focus all their strength on one goal: the Caucasus and its oil. The towering peaks of the Caucasus Mountains were one of the toughest military challenges, with only one highway crossing them. On the other side was Baku, the largest oil field. The only practical military route to Baku was along the coast of the Caspian Sea, but this would create a dangerously long supply line for the Germans. To succeed, they needed to control the northern hub of the rail lines and a new base of operations. That hub was a port on the Volga River, a city we now know well, Stalingrad, named after Russia's current leader. It was the pride of this generation of Russians, built in their time. By September 20th of 1942, after 30 days of intense, non-stop fighting, the Germans had fought their way into the outskirts of Stalingrad. By the end of the month, they had taken over the northwest part of the city and captured part of the center, including the train station. On the last day of September, Hitler declared that the city would fall in just a few days. Once again, it seemed like the Russian campaign was lost, but once again, the Germans were close to victory, only to fail. They were about to face a level of resistance they had never experienced before. Everything that had happened in other cities like Kiev, Rostov, Odessa, Sevastopol was just a warm-up for the battle in Stalingrad. Every inch of the city was fought for as a key point of defense. By the end of October, snow had fallen over Stalingrad. The Germans tried to bomb the Russian-held parts of the city into surrender. But by November, the Russians were no longer just defending their city inch by inch. They were beginning to gain ground. As the world watched in awe, American and British troops landed in North Africa, taking control. Meanwhile, in the east, the British 8th Army was driving back the Afrika Korps, and in the northeast, the Red Army launched a powerful counterattack. The Germans were now learning the true power of combined operations. Suddenly, the Russians launched attacks along the entire front. In the far north, the Germans felt the first hit as the Russians recaptured Schlüsselburg, breaking the German siege of Leningrad. Soon after, another offensive bypassed the German defenses at Argev and pushed deep into Vyazma. In the Voronezh area, a Russian spearhead broke through the German lines. In the south, the Germans were being pushed away from Stalingrad, not toward it, as the Russian attack gained momentum. At Stalingrad, the Germans were about to face their toughest challenge yet. Fresh reinforcements were arriving from far-off Siberia. These troops had been stationed there in case of conflict with Japan, but now they were brought in to help the defenders of Stalingrad. As the reserves entered the city, the commanders of 3 Russian armies met at headquarters. The Germans had paid a high price for Stalingrad, and the Russians were determined to turn it into a trap. 2 attacks were launched at the same time, one from the north and one from the south. The German armies surrounding Stalingrad were now at risk of being surrounded themselves. Finally, the 2 Russian forces met, and the battle-hardened soldiers from the north and south greeted each other with the joy of children. They knew that this meeting meant not only the salvation of Stalingrad, but also a victory for their country. On Christmas of 1942, the people of the Soviet Union had a reason to celebrate. They had received the most precious gift from their army, hope for ultimate victory. Just like in our towns, it was a day for children in Moscow, a happy Christmas with no German bombers overhead. In previous years, the Russians celebrated on New Year's Eve, but not now. The factories were just as busy as ever, working through the night. On the front lines, the New Year's greeting was different. Outside Stalingrad, the icy winter had turned into a fiery battleground. The Russians used their latest equipment, including flamethrowers, ice gliders for capturing airfields, and rocket launchers they called Katyusha. Every last resource of the Red Army was thrown into a massive offensive aimed at total destruction. The Germans were now the ones trapped instead of the Russians. On February 2nd, 1943, after 162 days of brutal fighting, the last shot was fired. Peace finally came to Stalingrad. Among the shattered streets and ruins, the defenders welcomed the Army of the Don. Stalingrad was free, and the Nazis surrendered. The German generals, ordered by Hitler to capture Stalingrad at any cost, had promised him victory. But now 24 of those generals, who had earned medals in Poland, Norway and France, were left with only their past glory. One of them was Field Marshal von Paulus, the commander of the German forces in Stalingrad. He had threatened his soldiers that if they surrendered, their families would be punished. When he faced his captors, he likely feared that Hitler would now take revenge on his own family, as he had surrendered, costing Hitler not just a field marshal, but an entire army of 22 divisions and 330,000 men. These are the men who were promised they would spend the winter in Stalingrad as conquerors. Well, it was winter, and this was Stalingrad. When spring came, the results of the winter battles were clear. The invaders had been pushed far back, beyond the lines they had held a year earlier. In this campaign, the Axis powers had lost 5,090 planes, 9,190 tanks, 20,360 guns, 375,000 machine guns, over 500,000 rifles, 17 million shells, 128 million cartridges, and 1,193,525 men, with 800,000 of them dead. That is the story of Germany's attempt to conquer Russia. In 1941, they tried to take Moscow and failed. In 1942, they aimed for the Caucasus and failed. This was the city of Shanghai in September 1937. It marked the tragic start of a new kind of warfare, known as mass bombings targeting helpless civilians for the first time. Why were these Chinese men, women, and children killed by Japanese bombs? To answer this, we need to understand a few key things about China and Japan. China's history spans over 4,000 years. To put that in perspective, from the time of World War II, it had been just 168 years since Washington crossed the Delaware and only 452 years since Columbus arrived in America. The fall of the Roman Empire was about 1,500 years ago, and Moses received the 10 Commandments around 3,400 years ago. Meanwhile, more than 4,000 years ago, the Chinese Empire already existed, along with a rich civilization focused on art, learning, and peace. China is also about land, more land than all of Europe combined, and about a third bigger than the United States. It's rich in natural resources. This vast country consists of China itself and 4 outer regions. To the north lies Manchuria, a vast area full of resources. Next to Manchuria are Mongolia and Xinjiang, home to the Gobi Desert, an enormous plateau with nomadic tribes. In the west is Tibet, known as the roof of the world, with towering peaks of the Himalayan mountains, a remote place few have visited. From these mountains come 3 major rivers. The northernmost is the Yellow River, in the south is the Pearl River, which flows past Canton and Hong Kong, and the largest of all, the Yangtze, stretches 3,000 miles through China, making the land fertile and transporting much of the country's goods. With such a large population, it's important to understand who they are. In their 4,000-year history, they've never started a war of conquest. The Chinese invented movable type printing, the compass, and were some of the earliest astronomers. Their work in studying the stars helped humanity measure time accurately. They also invented porcelain and gunpowder, not as weapons of war, but for celebrations and festivals. Japan had a clear plan, and it was outlined in the Tanaka Memorial, a blueprint for world domination created in 1927 by Baron Tanaka, the Japanese foreign minister. The plan was simple. To conquer the world, Japan first needed to conquer China. The plan had 4 phases. First, take over Manchuria for its raw materials. Second, slowly absorb China for its manpower, piece by piece, to avoid drawing too much attention from the rest of the world. Third, expand south to capture the wealth of the Indies. And the fourth, turn east and take on the United States. The idea was that Japan would ride on China's back to achieve global domination, just as Germany planned to use Russia for its own conquests. But how could Japan, a country 1/20th the size of China, with only 1/6 of its population, imagine conquering China, let alone the world? There were 2 main reasons. First, while China had a long history, modern China was fractured like a jigsaw puzzle, with different regions ruled by warlords, each with their own army. China was a country, but not yet a united nation. Meanwhile, Japan was a highly organized military dictatorship. Second, the 2 nations used Western advancements differently. In 1911, Sun Yat-sen led a revolution in China, ending the imperial system and starting a new era as a republic. He and his followers aimed to modernize the country by building schools, offering scholarships, and sending young people abroad to learn Western ideas. They introduced new technologies in industry, science, and medicine, built hospitals, and promoted basic freedoms like freedom of speech and religion. Although Sun Yat-sen passed away in 1925, his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, continued his mission, striving to unify and modernize China. Meanwhile, Japan's emperor and military leaders were using Western technology to build one of the world's most powerful military machines. Their sole focus was to fulfill the Tanaka Memorial's goal of absorbing China. Japan borrowed military technology from other nations to create a modern army, navy, and air force, all in preparation for their conquest. In 1931, Japan began Phase 1 by invading and occupying Manchuria. This small conflict quickly grew, spreading destruction that would eventually set the world on fire. Phase 1 of the Tanaka Plan went exactly as expected. Japan managed to do this without sparking a major war because China was still too divided. The Chinese in the south didn't feel connected to what was happening to their fellow countrymen in the north. After Manchuria, Japan tried to take Shanghai, but they met strong resistance and had to back off, only to return later and continue their conquest. They got away with it. The world criticized and China protested, but Japan still got what they wanted, another piece of China without triggering a full-scale war. To manage their new territory in Manchuria and the recently captured areas, the Japanese installed a puppet government, led by Henry Poi, their hand-picked leader. But the leaders of the new China remembered that centuries ago, other invaders had come. The evidence still stood. The Great Wall, built by their ancestors over 2,000 years ago, stretching 1,400 miles across mountains and deserts to defend against northern invaders. People often say that the Great Wall is the only man-made structure visible from space. But the Chinese knew that in modern times, invaders couldn't be stopped by a wall, no matter how strong or tall. They couldn't even be stopped by people unless those people were united. By 1937, China was slowly becoming more unified, and this worried the Japanese. The one thing Japan couldn't allow was a united China. So they struck again before the country could fully unify, this time targeting 5 northern provinces at China's core. In the US Embassy in China, Colonel William Mayer, a military attaché, described what happened next. The Japanese, as usual, came up with a false excuse to justify their actions. This time, instead of claiming a damaged railway like in Manchuria in 1931, they said a Japanese soldier had gone missing, supposedly kidnapped by the Chinese. Once again, Japan claimed their honor had been insulted and demanded revenge. On the night of July 7, 1937, at the Marco Polo Bridge near Beijing, Japan launched their attack. Within weeks, the Japanese took control of Tianjin and Beijing. It looked like Japan was on the verge of another easy victory. The Japanese paused to organize their new territory, hoping to avoid a war by simply taking the land without much resistance. But this time, they faced a rude awakening. Instead of just protesting and negotiating, the Chinese fought back. Rather than fighting in the north, where Japan expected them, the Chinese launched a surprise attack in Shanghai. To understand the importance of this battle, it's key to know a bit about Shanghai. Situated near the mouth of the Yangtze River, Shanghai was China's largest city and the biggest seaport in the Far East, controlling much of China's commerce and trade. The wealth of the East flowed through its docks and channels. In Shanghai, East truly met West. Within the city of 3.5 million Chinese was a separate foreign settlement, which included the French concession and the well-known international settlement. Nations like Britain, the US, and Japan had stationed small detachments of troops, including Japanese, British, French, and US Marines to maintain peace and protect the foreign settlements. Although these forces were small, the Japanese, in violation of treaty agreements, secretly increased their military presence. So, when fighting broke out near their concession in August 1937, they thought they were ready. However, the force of the Chinese counterattack nearly pushed the Japanese into the Huangpu River. With the help of their warships' heavy guns, the Japanese managed to hold their ground until reinforcements could arrive. Soon, Japanese forces landed at key points near the Wusong forts and along the Yangtze River at Liuhe, north of Shanghai. The Chinese fell back to positions 5 or 10 miles inland, where they could escape the relentless fire from Japanese naval guns. Meanwhile, the Japanese made a surprise landing 20 miles south of Shanghai with 2 divisions, quickly moving north to outflank the Chinese forces. The Chinese position became impossible to hold, and a retreat was ordered west and south toward Nanking and Hangzhou. However, only about half of the Chinese army that had fought in Shanghai was able to pull back. Meanwhile, frustrated by the resistance to their power, the Japanese unleashed their fury on Shanghai civilians. The city, defenseless and without proper protection, witnessed the deliberate killing of thousands by Japanese bombers. Some people found refuge in the international settlement, where Japan was not yet willing to attack foreign-owned property and people. But there wasn't enough space for everyone. For each person who found safety, thousands were left outside, exposed to relentless Japanese bombings. Trapped in the narrow streets, these desperate civilians had no way to escape as buildings crumbled around them. The Japanese introduced a new kind of warfare, one driven by terror, mass murder, and extreme cruelty. After securing the area east of Shanghai, the Japanese reorganized quickly and launched a coordinated attack on Nanking. One column advanced along the railroad, while another moved farther south, aiming to cut off any potential escape route for the Chinese forces defending Nanking. During this campaign, Japanese forces also attacked the American gunboat Uwasapane, even though it was clearly marked. The ship was bombed and sunk, resulting in the first American casualties of the conflict. Although the Japanese government officially apologized, the damage was already done. At Nanking, the Chinese army fought bravely to defend the capital of the Chinese Republic. However, Japanese forces were too powerful, and within days the city fell. During the occupation of Nanking, the Japanese committed horrific atrocities. The civilian population, unable to escape, faced brutal violence. Japanese soldiers raped, tortured, and killed thousands of people. In one of the bloodiest massacres in history, 40,000 men, women, and children were slaughtered. Those who survived the massacre often wished they hadn't, as the horror they experienced was worse than death. An American missionary captured these scenes and smuggled the footage out of China, exposing the full extent of the brutality during the rape of Nanking. This nightmare wasn't a random act. It was a deliberate strategy by the Japanese High Command to crush the spirit of the Chinese people once and for all. But instead of breaking China's spirit, it did the opposite. What Sun Yat-sen had dreamed of and what Chiang Kai-shek had worked toward finally became known as a united China. The Japanese invasion achieved what 4,000 years hadn't, uniting the Chinese people in their determination to resist. However, the Chinese knew that having the will to resist wasn't enough. They needed the power to resist, and that couldn't be built overnight. So they devised a strategy. They would give up land gradually, while they built up the strength to fight back. They moved their industrial base west, beyond the mountains, railways, and beyond the reach of the Japanese, to produce the weapons and tools needed for the fight. China would trade space for time. Roads were destroyed, factories dismantled, and nothing was left for the invaders. Then the people began to move. 30 million people, driven by a powerful sense of purpose, began their journey west. This mass migration, stretching over 2,000 miles of wilderness and rugged terrain, became one of the most remarkable events in human history, the largest migration ever recorded. Everything useful was brought along: libraries, schools, hospitals, and machinery from over 1,000 factories, totaling more than £300 million, were moved using trucks, ox carts, and even by hand. Wherever possible, people gathered near the few remaining railroads, hoping to ride part of the way. When the last train departed, even the tracks were dismantled, rail by rail, and taken west, leaving nothing for the enemy. Every river flowing west carried supplies. Every available boat was used to transport the valuable machinery, more precious than gold, as the people moved further west. The journey was slow, sometimes advancing by miles, feet, or even inches. The hardship was unimaginable, but 30 million people kept moving, away from the invaders, away from slavery and death, and toward freedom. In the free mountain lands of the West, ancient cities came alive with new modern energy. Chongqing became the new capital of Free China, perched high on the cliffs above the Yangtze River. The Chinese re-established their government there, knowing the city wouldn't be safe from Japanese air raids, with the horrors of Shanghai still fresh in their minds. Thousands of workers quickly carved enormous caves into the sandstone cliffs, creating shelters for the people and the machines essential to the war effort. Chongqing became the heart of the Chinese nation, and the Japanese were determined to destroy it. Since they couldn't reach the city by land, they sent bombers to try and wipe it out. In response to the air raids, the Chinese defended Chongqing with slow and outdated planes, making brave, often suicidal attempts to protect the city. But despite the constant bombings, life in the city refused to die. Both the people and the factories had moved underground, where the machines could keep running day and night, safe from the bombs. The Chinese had planned ahead, and despite all the destruction above, they held firm. Chongqing became a symbol of their unbreakable spirit. The call to arms echoed across China, and millions of people answered. Men and women left their homes and farms to form a new army, determined to fight for a united China. At first, these new soldiers were inexperienced, but they quickly toughened up, learning the discipline of battle. They learned how to strike back and fight for their freedom. Young people were trained to care for the sick and wounded, while women joined their brothers and husbands in the fight. Volunteers from other countries also came to help, including Americans like Colonel Chennault and his famous Flying Tigers, who had incredible success in the air, shooting down enemy planes at an astonishing rate. Japan's plan for conquest was starting to fall apart. Phase 2 of the Tanaka Plan was meant to subdue China, but the Chinese refused to be broken. Frustrated, the Japanese tried to weaken China by cutting off supply lines, taking control of key railroads, and blockading the coast. Yet China managed to keep supplies flowing through limited routes, including a railway and even a camel caravan trail from Russia. The most important supply line was the Burma Road, a tough and treacherous path through the mountains that connected China to the outside world. Despite limited machinery, the Chinese built the road using their bare hands, carving it out of the rugged terrain. In less than a year, the Burma Road was completed, an incredible feat and a testament to China's newfound determination. Trucks began traveling back and forth, keeping China's lifeline open. Meanwhile, the Japanese occupied 2/3 of China's railroads and continued to push their invasion. But China wasn't done. When the Japanese advanced on Changzhou, the Chinese responded by blowing up the dikes of the Yellow River, unleashing a flood that created a natural barrier between them and the invaders. The Japanese were learning that occupying Chinese cities and controlling the railroads didn't mean they had subdued China. Guerrilla fighters, mostly farmers who would stay behind, began to resist, harassing the Japanese and disrupting their supply lines. The Japanese tried to crush these guerrillas, but the fighters would disappear and reappear elsewhere, using speed and surprise to ambush enemy patrols, making life difficult for the Japanese. Beyond the guerrilla fighters, the land itself, the rivers, floods, and vast distances became an enemy the Japanese war machine couldn't easily overcome. Phase 2 of the Tanaka Plan had become bogged down in what Japan called the China Incident, leaving them in a tough situation. Though Phase 2 was incomplete, Japan decided they couldn't wait any longer to move forward with Phases 3 and 4, conquering the Indies and attacking the United States. With Russia preoccupied by Germany and Britain weakened, Japan saw a chance to strike. They made the fateful decision to press forward, launching attacks that would soon lead to war with the US. China's situation should have improved after the attack on Pearl Harbor, as they now had new allies, the United States, Britain, and the Dutch. But early 1942 was a devastating time for China. As Japan advanced, China lost the Burma Road, their vital supply route. Yet China's courage never faltered. Despite overwhelming odds, they kept fighting. One of the most remarkable moments was the Battle of Changsha. The Japanese attempted to capture the city, but the Chinese, having set a clever trap, launched a counter-offensive and drove the invaders back. The victory at Changsha was a powerful symbol of the unbreakable spirit of the Chinese people. By 1944, a new chapter of the war was being written across the Pacific. The United States and its allies had gone on the offensive, slowly turning the tide against Japan. China's struggle has now become part of a greater fight for the freedom of the world. American, British, and Chinese forces were gathering strength to liberate China, with General Stilwell leading the Chinese armies. Chinese troops, trained and equipped with modern American weapons, were ready to lead the charge against Japan. Meanwhile, the new Lido Road was being built, connecting China to India and bringing in much-needed supplies. In the skies over China, young Chinese pilots trained in the US joined American forces to strike Japanese targets. Despite being cut off from much of the world, China held strong. Its people, alongside their allies, continued to resist the Japanese invaders. Together, the nations of the world fought for a future where freedom would triumph over tyranny, shaping the fate of humanity in the process. A quiet island in the Pacific, people are sleeping peacefully, the waves are softly hitting the shore, and everything seems calm and normal. But beneath this calm moment, a hidden force is gathering, something that would soon shake the very heart of Japan. It's 1945, and World War II is nearing its end. American bombers are quietly preparing for their final missions over Japan. These missions will soon bring the war to its breaking point, leading to the last bomb that will change the course of history. Earlier in 1945, the US started large-scale bombing missions against Japan using B-29 bombers. These aircraft flew long distances, about 1,500 miles, from their bases on islands like Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. The 21st Bomber Command was in charge of these missions, planning to defeat Japan completely, all the way to the final bomb. This marked the beginning of the final push toward Tokyo. Meanwhile, on Guam, life seemed peaceful. After 6 months of reoccupation, the Chamorro people, who had been liberated, were living happily in their villages. They didn't realize how much had changed around them. The US had built roads, airfields, and communities, bringing in supplies and equipment across the Pacific. The once dirt roads were now highways, and the area was transformed into a modern, functioning base. By midsummer, the 21st Bomber Command, led by General Leyte, was in full force. The bomber missions began hitting Japan with incredible strength. In just 2 months, they doubled the amount of bombs being dropped, with over 600 aircraft involved in each mission. This didn't happen by chance. It was all part of Curtis Leyte's plan. Ground crews worked around the clock, using faster techniques to repair aircraft and keep them ready for action. By July, The Bomber Command had become a powerful and efficient machine. Here's a key part of the Bomber Command: 11 men and a B-29 bomber. While they get ready for action, let's look at where they're headed and what their mission is. It all started 12 hours ago in the war room on Guam. General Leyte and his team were reviewing the weather report for Japan. The forecast for Nagoya was mostly cloudy, with bad weather around Tokyo and Osaka. With this tough situation, General Leyte made a call. 4 wings would strike Tokyo at 10:00 a.m., flying under the clouds to bomb at 12,000 feet. Next, it was time to pick the target. The first target was mostly destroyed, so they chose a new one, target number 574, which was untouched. The general gave the orders, and the operations team got to work making the changes. Behind the scenes, a lot of planning had already gone into this mission. Teams had spent thousands of hours gathering intelligence and organizing everything for the strike. The bombers would be escorted by 3 groups of P-51 fighters. Smoke markers will be dropped every minute by lead aircraft to help speed up the departure from the assembly point. Each wing will have 1 squadron carrying M47 incendiary bombs, while the rest will carry regular bombs. The aircraft will fly at 12,000 feet and 210 miles per hour. The 314th Wing's aircraft will carry about 7,300 gallons of fuel each. The bombing run will follow a radar checkpoint at 34.50 north and 140 east for easy navigation. The Navy was asked to provide help for air-sea rescue, with surface ships, submarines and special rescue aircraft on standby at different positions. 4 B-29s will also be ready for rescue as needed. Lieutenant Colonel Catton, a former pilot with lots of combat experience, is in charge of making sure everything runs smoothly. He'll be flying along to check the smoke signals at the assembly point. Once everything is confirmed, the field order is sent out to the wings. Takeoff time is sent to the controller, who manages all the communications in the control room, the heart of the operation. In this room, they keep track of all the details of the mission. Before takeoff, the entire flight is planned and displayed on a mission board. Colored lines represent each wing's flight path, passing by Iwo Jima and continuing to the target. Other symbols mark rescue positions, and updates on each wing are recorded as the mission progresses. For the veteran crew, it's just another day, another 1,500-mile trip across the Pacific. It's a 15-hour mission, using 7,000 gallons of fuel, with 4 engines and 11 crew members. They're flying across a huge stretch of ocean, heading to Tokyo. The 34th Wing is airborne, with 145 aircraft taking off 1 minute apart, each carrying 67 tons of bombs. Those B-29 takeoffs are tense. The first few moments feel like the toughest part, and sometimes it feels like you need a bit of luck to make it. At Tinian, just 100 miles north, 2 more wings prepare to take off. 134 aircraft from the 58th Wing and another 100 from the 313th. Shortly after, 153 bombers from the 73rd Wing at Saipan joined the mission. The control tower at Saipan sends this information to Guam, where the mission reports are updated and sent to Washington. During the first hour, the B-29S cruise just above the water, saving fuel. The crew, trained to work as one, follows the navigator's course, passing island checkpoints like Pagan and Iwo Jima, an important base captured by the Marines. Iwo Jima now launches P-51 fighter aircraft to escort the bombers over Japan. General Moore and his team make sure everything is ready for air-sea rescues, and the P-51s are set for their longest flight ever. 7 hours on one engine, with extra fuel tanks and a lot of determination. As the bomber wings pass Iwo Jima, P-51 fighter planes take off, planning to meet the bombers 3.5 hours later near Japan. After a meeting, the fighters head to the assembly point, guided by certain B-29s acting as navigator ships. Meanwhile, the bomber wings push ahead toward Japan, sending updates back to Guam about their flight position. As they near the bad weather zone, the pilots prepare to climb. The bombers slowly rise in altitude, and the crews get ready for the serious part of the mission. Each gunner checks their controls, and the bombers approach the assembly point. Once there, the fighter escorts join the formation, taking their positions above the bombers. Lead bombers began circling, dropping smoke markers to organize the formation. The groups separate and form into 9 or 11 plane waves, ready for their mission. The mission is in full swing. As the bombers approach the coast, they spot land and get hit by enemy anti-aircraft guns. The iconic Mount Fuji signals the turn toward the target. Anti-aircraft guns become heavier and Japanese fighters start attacking. Some dive directly into the formations, with a few attempting suicide missions. Others drop bombs in front of the bombers. But P-51s are ready, engaging the Japanese fighters. Despite their efforts, some enemy planes still get through, only to be met by the B-29's powerful guns. As the bombers near their target, the skies begin to clear over Tokyo. Bomber crew members lock onto their target Japanese aircraft factories and an airfield. From 12,000 feet up, the bombers drop 4,000 tons of bombs, turning the area into smoking ruins as each wave adds to the destruction. The mission is complete. The bombers turn and head south over the charred remains of Tokyo. They pass the scorched landscape left behind by the intense bombings from earlier raids. As they move down the Chiba Peninsula, they're still in fighter territory. The P-51 Mustangs get back to work, dropping low for strafing runs. They target Japanese infrastructure, railroads, power lines, factories, and even ships, hitting anything that keeps Japan moving. After their attack runs, the fighters climb back to join the bombers heading home. As they near Iwo Jima, fuel gauges are running low, but spirits are high. The P-51 celebrate their victories with rolls in the sky, one for each Japanese plane they downed. For the B-29s, the sight of Iwo Jima is a relief, especially for those limping in with engine trouble or battle damage. Over 2,000 bombers have made emergency landings here in recent months, saved by the Marines who secured the island. Some refuel quickly and head back to base, but Iwo Jima is still a tough place to land. Weather can quickly turn Iwo Jima into a nightmare. Thick fog and sudden overcasts often block the airstrip. Pilots may get orders to bail out, or if they're lucky, a B-29 might manage a perfect emergency landing. Sometimes a battle-damaged bomber barely makes it back, only to crash just before landing. One crew escaped just before their plane was engulfed in flames, and firefighters bravely rushed in to save the plane. Meanwhile, other bomber wings near their bases. The exhausted crews, after 15 long hours, finally see the Marianas on the horizon. It's a relief to touch down on solid ground again. More importantly, it's a relief to feel the humid heat and be back with the living, sharing stories with the ground crew about close calls and enemy fighters. But not all B-29 crews were so lucky. 11 men and a bomber didn't make it back. Rescue teams are pulling apart the wreckage, and somehow, through the flames and debris, one man survived. One life saved, but 10 lost. There were many other days and nights where young lives were lost. By the end of July, B-29s had nearly wiped out the enemy's ability to fight. Large missions were set to hit Japan with double the amount of bombs that had ever fallen on Germany. The question was, how much longer could Japan hold out? In August, we tested something that was never used in Germany.
Unknown to the Japanese, US codebreakers had been working tirelessly to decipher Japanese naval codes. These cryptologists, stationed in a small, unassuming facility in Pearl Harbor known as Station Hypo, had been analyzing Japanese radio traffic for months, focusing on cracking the complex code known as JN25. Through determination and skill, the American team made a breakthrough, gaining access to some of Japan's most sensitive military plans. By early May of 1942, US intelligence had intercepted messages. These messages revealed a Japanese operation that was in the works, targeting an unknown location referred to as AF. Suspecting that AF might be Midway, the Americans planned a clever trick to confirm their theory. The US sent out a false message from Midway, expressing that the island was experiencing a water shortage, hoping that the Japanese would mention AF in response. Shortly afterward, Japanese radio communications indeed referenced AF as being low on water, confirming that Midway was the target. When Japanese communications referenced AF as lacking water, the Americans had their answer. Midway was indeed the intended site of the Japanese strike. This small but vital confirmation allowed the US to prepare with certainty, turning an intelligence gamble into a critical piece of their defense. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander of the Pacific Fleet, could form a strategy that would surprise the Japanese. Instead of walking into the trap set by Yamamoto, Nimitz saw an opportunity to use the Japanese plan against them. He made a decision that would turn Midway from a target into a battleground where Japan would face an unexpected and powerful American counterattack. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Nimitz now had the opportunity to take the fight to Japan, transforming what might have been a destructive blow into a chance to turn the tide of the Pacific War. Unlike the Japanese, who believed they held all the advantages, Nimitz understood both the risks and the stakes. He made a decision to go head-to-head with Japan's formidable fleet, knowing that surprise would be their greatest weapon. Nimitz placed his forces with care, keeping the American carriers out of sight, beyond Japan's expected line of approach. Nimitz's plan was to strike the Japanese carriers when they were at their most exposed, during rearming and refueling operations, moments when they would be less able to defend themselves. As the Japanese fleet approached, confident and unaware of the American setup, the US forces remained patient. They knew the Japanese were moving forward with their original plan, believing that their operation was secret. With American intelligence revealing every move, it was Japan, not the US, that was walking into a trap. The Battle of Midway began on the morning of June 4th, 1942, when the Japanese fleet advanced toward Midway Island. The Japanese fleet was large and powerful, including 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, including the Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. There were many battleships, destroyers, and other support ships. The Japanese hoped that by attacking Midway, they would draw out the American fleet into the open, where they could surprise attack and destroy them, just as they had planned. The Japanese sent out their first wave of aircraft to begin bombing Midway, aiming to weaken the defenses and make it easier to capture the island. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who had led the attack on Pearl Harbor, was confident in his strategy. If the attack on Midway was successful, Japan would control much of the Pacific, making it extremely difficult for the US to challenge their expansion. On June 4th, as Japanese bombers attacked Midway Island, American forces launched their own aircraft from the island in an attempt to strike back. The US Navy also had 3 aircraft carriers hidden nearby, including the USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and the quickly repaired USS Yorktown. These carriers carried a mix of fighters, bombers, and torpedo planes ready for battle. Knowing the Japanese would not expect them so soon, the Americans launched their planes to find and attack the Japanese carriers. This surprise move was part of a brave strategy from Admiral Chester Nimitz, who was commanding the US Pacific Fleet. By mid-morning, American torpedo planes from the USS Hornet and USS Enterprise began their attacks on the Japanese fleet. Unfortunately, These torpedo planes faced heavy resistance from Japanese fighters protecting the carriers, and most of them were shot down before they could land a single hit. It was a damaging moment for the US, as dozens of American planes and their pilots were lost in this first attempt. The Japanese seemed to be winning at this stage, as they had not taken much damage and were still in control of the skies around their carriers. However, the bravery of these early American pilots was not in vain. While the Japanese fighters were busy defending against the low-flying torpedo planes, they did not notice the American dive bombers approaching from above. At around 10:20 a.m., American dive bombers from the USS Enterprise and USS Yorktown finally reached the Japanese carriers. These bombers, flying at high altitude, had timed their attack carefully. With the Japanese planes busy fighting off the earlier torpedo planes, the American dive bombers were able to attack almost undetected. Within minutes, they dropped bombs on 3 of the Japanese carriers. Each carrier was hit multiple times, causing fires that spread quickly due to the planes and fuel on board. These fires were so intense that the Japanese crews could not put them out, and all 3 carriers were soon abandoned, left burning and sinking in the ocean. This strike turned the battle in favor of the US, as Japan lost 3 of its primary 4 carriers in a single attack. Despite this heavy blow, the Japanese were not ready to give up. The 4th Japanese carrier, the Hiryu, managed to launch its own planes in a counterattack against the Americans. The Japanese pilots targeted the USS Yorktown, which had already taken damage in an earlier battle, but was repaired just in time for Midway. Japanese dive bombers hit Yorktown twice, causing serious damage. The American crew worked quickly to put out fires and repair the ship, but shortly afterward, Japanese torpedo planes arrived and scored another hit, causing the Yorktown to tilt and eventually making it unable to fight. After a brave effort to save the carrier, the US Navy had to abandon the Yorktown, which was a major loss for the Americans. However, the battle was not over. American planes, following orders to locate and attack the Hiryu, finally found the last Japanese carrier that afternoon. Dive bombers from the USS Enterprise struck the Hiryu, hitting it with several bombs that set the carrier on fire. With Hiryu burning and unable to launch or recover planes, the Japanese were left with no operational carriers. By the end of June 4th, all 4 Japanese carriers had been destroyed or left beyond repair, while the US had only lost the Yorktown. The difference in losses was not even comparable. Japan's navy had taken a blow from which it would not recover. Over the next 2 days, both the American and Japanese fleets tried to regroup and evaluate their losses. Japanese ships searched for any chance to strike back, but with no carriers and fewer planes, their options were limited. American forces kept up their patrols to ensure the Japanese fleet would retreat. Finally, on June 7th, the Japanese forces began to withdraw, conceding defeat. For Japan, the loss of 4 carriers meant not only a shortage of ships, but also the loss of hundreds of skilled pilots and crew members, people they could not easily replace. This defeat forced Japan onto the defensive in the Pacific, leading to a shift in the war. The Battle of Midway was a turning point in the Pacific War. Japan had entered the battle with more ships and planes, hoping to trap and crush the US fleet, but their plan had backfired due to the US intelligence advantage and strategic planning by Admiral Nimitz. Following the Battle of Midway, the United States turned its focus to reclaiming the Pacific Islands that Japan had captured in the early years of the war. These islands stretched across vast oceanic distances, forming a barrier that kept Japanese forces in control of critical points across the Pacific. For American forces, reclaiming these islands became essential to weaken Japan's grip on the region and create a pathway toward Japan itself. The effort to regain these islands started with a series of determined battles. With each island liberated, the US Navy and Marine Corps secured valuable ground, cutting off Japanese supply lines and communications that had supported their vast network of occupied territories. The battles that followed were intense, as Japanese forces were well prepared and deeply entrenched. Nevertheless, US forces fought hard to secure control, showing both resilience and a commitment to pushing forward, even when conditions were difficult. This strategy, known as island hopping, became the key to breaking Japan's defensive line and ultimately pushing Japanese forces back toward their home island. The island hopping strategy began in early 1943, after the United States registered a critical victory at Midway. With Midway, a turning point in the war, American leaders saw an opportunity to reclaim control of the Pacific. However, they knew that attacking every island directly would be a costly approach. Many of the islands held by Japan were fortified with defenses and packed with Japanese soldiers, ready to defend their positions to the end. US commanders knew that a direct assault on each of these strongholds would lead to extremely high casualties. They decided on a different approach, one that would allow them to weaken Japan's grip without facing their strongest defenses head-on. The concept of island hopping was simple, yet effective. Rather than fighting for every island, US forces would focus on reclaiming only the islands that were strategically important. This meant targeting islands that could serve as air bases, supply stations, or forward positions for future attacks. By consent, US could move through the Pacific quickly, bypassing Japanese fortifications on heavily defended islands and leaving Japanese troops stranded with limited supplies and support. With each chosen island secured, American forces inched closer to Japan, weakening its control without directly engaging every stronghold along the way. This strategy served multiple purposes. First, it allowed American forces to avoid the heavy casualties that would have come with a direct assault on Japan's well-defended positions. By skipping over islands with strong Japanese defenses, the US reduced the number of intense ground battles they had to fight. Instead, they targeted islands that were easier to secure, but still significant enough to impact Japan's defensive network. This approach not only saved American lives, but also conserved resources and manpower, allowing the US to continue pushing forward without exhausting its forces. The second objective of island hopping was to weaken Japan's control over the Pacific without attacking every occupied island. By taking select islands, American forces could gradually limit Japan's access to resources, reinforcements, and communication line. The Japanese troops left on bypassed islands soon found themselves isolated and cut off from supplies, with no way to communicate with or receive help from other Japanese forces. As the US continued to capture strategic islands, Japan's control over the Pacific weakened, and its forces became increasingly scattered and isolated. As the island hopping campaign progressed, the United States took control of key islands, using them as bases for launching attacks into Japanese-held territory. These bases allowed American forces to deploy planes and ships closer to Japan, giving them a strategic advantage. With each new base, the US could strike into Japanese-controlled waters, putting pressure on Japan's defenses. The person largely credited with developing this strategy was Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the US Pacific Fleet. Nimitz understood that a direct attack on each island would lead to many American casualties and strain the US military's resources. Working with other generals, Nimitz prepared the island hopping approach as a way to bypass the Japanese. Together, they decided that by capturing specific islands, they could weaken Japan's overall control of the Pacific. Nimitz saw this approach as a way to apply pressure on Japan while avoiding unnecessary battles. In the perspective of Japan, this shift in American strategy was a serious threat. In practical terms, the island hopping campaign began with a major operation at Guadalcanal, was the first significant battle in the United States' new approach to reclaiming the Pacific. Guadalcanal, part of the Solomon Islands, was a critical target for American forces. In August 1942, the US Marines landed on Guadalcanal to take control of an airfield that the Japanese had been building. This airfield would have given Japan an advantage, allowing them to strike at Allied forces and disrupt their supply lines in the Pacific. Taking Guadalcanal became essential for the US to secure a strong position. The battle for Guadalcanal was long and brutal, lasting from August 1942 until February 1943. Japanese forces put up a strong fight, and the conditions on the island were harsh, with dense jungle and extreme humidity. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but the US remained determined. After months of aggressive fighting on land, at sea, and in the air, American forces finally secured control of Guadalcanal. This victory was a turning point, as it provided a solid foothold for the Allies in the Pacific. With Guadalcanal secured, the US could now plan further advances, pushing forward with the island hopping strategy that aimed to reach Japan by capturing only key islands. Following the success at Guadalcanal, American forces continued to focus on strategic locations that would bring them closer to Japan. The Battle of Leyte, part of the larger Philippines campaign, was a crucial moment in the Pacific War. In October 1944, American forces set their sights on Leyte, a large island in the Philippines. Unlike the smaller islands in the previous island hopping campaign, Leyte held a major strategic position. The goal was not only to liberate the Philippines from Japanese control, but also to cut Japan off from its vital supply lines to Southeast Asia. The Philippines served as a critical link for Japan, providing access to resources like oil and raw materials. If the US could regain control over Leyte, it would deal a major blow to Japan's supply network and weaken their ability to continue the war. The campaign to take Leyte began with a massive invasion, starting on October 20th, 1944. American forces, led by General Douglas MacArthur, launched one of the largest terrestrial assaults of the Pacific War. The invasion led to several days of intense bombing and shelling by the US Navy and Air Force, targeting Japanese positions on and around Leyte. This bombardment aimed to weaken Japanese defenses, making it easier for American troops to land and gain a foothold on the beaches. American airplanes dropped thousands of bombs, targeting known Japanese gun positions, bunkers, and supply areas. Meanwhile, naval ships pounded the shorelines with artillery, creating smoke and explosions that could be seen from miles away. Before the landing, US forces carried out intense bombing raids on Japanese positions around Leyte. Airplanes and naval artillery pounded Japanese defenses, weakening their ability to resist the ground forces. Once the beach landing began, thousands of American troops moved onto Leyte's shores, advancing despite resistance from Japanese forces. Meanwhile, knowing the importance of the Philippines, Japan committed a large number of troops and resources to holding Leyte. Japanese forces launched counterattacks, using both land and sea tactics to try to push back the advancing Americans. One of the biggest challenges during the Leyte campaign was the fierce Japanese defense. Japanese commanders understood the importance of the Philippines and had stationed many troops on Leyte, determined to hold the island at all costs. As the Americans advanced, Japanese forces launched counterattacks to try and push them back. These counterattacks included both land assaults and naval operations, as Japan was not willing to lose Leyte without a fight. In an effort to stop the American advance, Japan committed significant resources to the battle, including the deployment of naval forces in what would become known as the Battle of Leyte Gulf. The Japanese fleet included some of their largest ships, but the US Navy's superior tactics, combined with their aircraft carriers and powerful destroyers, allowed them to gain the upper hand. In a critical part of the battle, American planes and ships attacked and sank several Japanese vessels, including the battleship Musashi, one of the largest battleships ever built. This loss weakened Japan's naval strength and demonstrated that the US Navy was more than capable of defending the Leyte landings. The American fleet successfully blocked Japanese reinforcements, ensuring that the troops on Leyte had the support they needed to continue advancing. As the Americans advanced, Japanese forces continued their resistance, launching desperate attacks to try and slow the American push. These attacks included the first organized kamikaze strikes, where Japanese pilots deliberately crashed their planes into American ships in suicide missions. By late December 1944, despite fierce fighting from both sides, the US had successfully taken control of Leyte. The Americans, with the support of local Filipino guerrilla fighters, managed to grab the victory. The loss of Leyte and the rest of the Philippines meant that Japan could no longer rely on the region's resources to fuel its war machine. Without Japan's supply lines, the ability to sustain its war effort weakened, leaving their forces isolated and low on resources. The first step in this plan was D-Day, the massive Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944. Early that morning, Allied forces landed on the beaches of Normandy, facing strong German defenses. Despite intense resistance, American, British, and troops fought their way onto the beaches, establishing a foothold on French soil. The beach landings, codenamed Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword, involved thousands of soldiers, tanks, and ships. D-Day was a central moment, marking the start of the Allies' effort to push the German forces out of France. Within days, the Allies had gained control of the beaches, and their forces began to push inland. The first step in this plan was D-Day, the massive Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944. Early that morning, in the dim light before dawn, Allied forces gathered off the coast of Normandy, prepared for one of the most expensive and challenging missions of the war. The Allies had been planning this invasion for months, training soldiers and collecting intelligence to give them the best chance of success. The operation, codenamed Operation Overlord, involved over 150,000 American, British, Canadian, and other Allied soldiers who would land on the beaches that day. Thousands of ships, planes, and landing craft were mobilized to transport troops, tanks, and equipment across the English Channel to France. The German forces, who had fortified the coast, were well prepared, with bunkers, barbed wire, mines, and heavy machine guns set up along the beaches. On the other hand, Allied soldiers were ready for what was coming next. The Allied landing zones were split into 5 beaches, each with its own challenges. These landing zones were codenamed Utah and Omaha, where the Americans would land Gold and Sword, where the British would land, and Juno, where the Canadians would land. The plan called for the Allies to land at each beach at different times, hitting the Germans from multiple directions to overcome their defenses. As the fighting against Allied forces and Germany started, the first waves of Allied troops faced intense German fire. As the landing craft approached the beaches, German machine gunners opened fire, hitting many soldiers before they could even make it ashore. At Omaha Beach, the situation was especially difficult. Strong currents had scattered the landing boats, and many troops found themselves separated from their units. German defenses at Omaha were among the heaviest, with steep cliffs and well-placed machine guns that created a deadly crossfire. American soldiers had to walk through deep water while carrying heavy packs, all under constant gunfire from German positions. Despite this, American troops fought with determination, pushing through the beach obstacles and slowly progressing up the cliffs. At Utah Beach, American paratroopers had been dropped behind enemy lines in the early hours of the morning. Their mission was to disrupt German defenses and help secure the beach from the land side. Although some paratroopers missed their intended drop zones due to strong winds, they regrouped quickly, taking out key German positions and creating confusion among the German troops. This early success at Utah Beach helped the American infantry who landed there to secure the beach with fewer losses than at Omaha. Meanwhile, British forces at Gold and Sword beaches and Canadian troops at Juno Beach also faced tough resistance but pushed forward with great courage. At Juno Beach, Canadian soldiers encountered underwater obstacles and mined beaches, which slowed their progress. However, the Canadian forces advanced with determination, fighting through enemy fire and securing a foothold on the shore. At Gold Beach, British forces used specialized tanks, nicknamed Hobart's Funnies, which were designed to overcome the obstacles on the beach. These tanks could lay down matting over soft sand, allowing soldiers to advance more easily. The British managed to break through the German defenses by late morning, gaining control of the beach. Throughout the day, Allied bombers and naval ships played a vital role in supporting the soldiers on the beaches. From the air, Allied bombers flew low over the cliffs, dropping bombs on German bunkers, artillery, and machine gun nests. These bombing runs targeted key positions where German troops were heavily fortified, attempting to weaken their grip on the cliffs that overlooked the beaches. The sight and sound of the bombers provided a morale boost to the Allied soldiers on the ground, who knew they had the power of air support behind them. Though the weather conditions made flying difficult, the pilots persisted, aware that their strikes were crucial to the success of the landings below. At the same time, naval ships stationed offshore used their large guns to fire upon German defenses. Battleships and cruisers launched powerful shells toward the cliffs and beach defenses, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air. These naval bombardments aimed to take out German artillery that could target the landing boats and soldiers making their way ashore. The constant shelling from the sea helped disrupt the German defenses, causing confusion and making it harder for the German troops to coordinate their attacks. The Allied fleet continued this support throughout the day, responding to calls for help from the soldiers on the ground and focusing fire on especially strong German positions. Despite efforts by both sides, by the afternoon, the continuous pressure from air and naval attacks began to shift the battle in favor of the Allies. Small groups of soldiers who had managed to break through German lines started advancing inland, taking advantage of the weakened defenses. These initial breakthroughs were critical, as they allowed the Allies to establish secure positions beyond the beaches, from which they could launch further attacks. As more troops landed and pushed forward, the Allies gained control over roads, small villages, and other strategic points close to the beachheads. These advances enabled the steady flow of reinforcements, supplies, and medical aid, all of which were essential to sustain the operation. In some areas, Allied soldiers encountered fierce German counterattacks. German commanders, recognizing the importance of stopping the Allied advance, ordered their troops to launch defensive assaults to push the Allies back to the beaches. However, with air and naval support continuing to disrupt German communication and supply lines, these counterattacks were less effective. Allied troops, now gathering strength in numbers, held their positions and repelled the German forces, gradually gaining more ground. Each small victory on the ground brought the Allies closer to breaking through the main German defenses in Normandy. As evening approached, the beaches were firmly under Allied control, with secured routes for additional troops and vehicles to enter France. The early hours of D-Day had been brutal, with intense resistance and heavy casualties, but the relentless efforts of the Allied forces paid off. By the end of June 6, 1944, the Allies had not only held their positions, but had begun pushing into German-held territory beyond the beaches. This first day of fighting was a hard-won success, setting the stage for the Allies' continued advance across France and the eventual liberation of Europe from Nazi control. The US battle in the Pacific was already in its final stages. The Allies were now ready to focus on the liberation of Paris. But before they could free Paris from German rule, we need to understand how Paris came to be occupied by the Germans. In 1940, during the early years of World War II, Germany invaded France. This invasion was the beginning of a new chapter in French history, as Nazi forces quickly took over Paris and other major parts of France. Germany used its technique called Blitzkrieg, or rapid attack. The invasion was swift, and within weeks German troops marched through the streets of Paris, claiming control over the country. This event shocked the world, as Paris had been a symbol of art, freedom, and culture. Now, with Nazi soldiers patrolling its streets, Paris became a base for German operations in Western Europe. German forces quickly took control of key resources such as food, fuel, and industrial supplies. These resources were essential to the German war effort, and they were now redirected to support Nazi ambitions across Europe. Factories in France were ordered to produce goods and weapons for the German military. Transportation systems, including railroads and highways, were used to move German troops and supplies. France's own needs were neglected, and the people often found themselves short on food and basic necessities. Under German rule, life in France became restrictive and dangerous. The German forces imposed strict laws on the French people, controlling nearly every aspect of daily life. Curfews were set, limiting when people could be outside. French citizens could be stopped, questioned, or detained by German soldiers at any time. Acts of protest, even small ones, were met with severe punishment. The Gestapo, Germany's secret police, operated in France, monitoring the population closely and arresting anyone suspected of resisting. Many French people were sent to prison or forced labor camps simply for expressing their dislike of the Nazis. For example, even something as simple as listening to a banned radio station could lead to arrest. If a person was caught listening to a broadcast from the BBC, which provided news from the Allies, they could be taken by the Gestapo and sent to prison. The German authorities saw these broadcasts as a threat, as they spread news of the Allies' advances, bringing hope to the French people. This strict control and fear created an atmosphere where even small actions felt risky. Despite these harsh conditions, a strong spirit of resistance began to grow among the French people. Many citizens could not accept life under Nazi rule and wanted to fight back. This desire for freedom led to the rise of the French resistance. The resistance was not one single group, but rather a collection of many smaller groups and individuals, all united by their goal to oppose German control. Members of the resistance came from all backgrounds, including former soldiers, students, workers, and even local government officials. From 1942 onward, the French resistance used various methods to disrupt German operations. One common tactic was sabotage. Resistance members would target transportation routes, cutting off railways, damaging bridges, and blocking roads that were essential for German troop movement. By making it difficult for German forces to move supplies and soldiers, the resistance weakened the Nazis' ability to maintain their control over France. They also damaged factories that were producing goods for the German military, slowing down production and causing delays. In addition to damage, the resistance gathered and shared important information. Resistance members observed German troop movements, weapon placements, and other key details, which they reported to the Allied forces. This information was essential to the Allies, as it helped them plan their operations with a clearer understanding of German defenses. Many resistance members acted as spies, passing on information while risking their lives to avoid being detected by the Gestapo. Some members even acted as German supporters to gain information that would later be sent to the Allies. The process of gathering information was dangerous and often required quick thinking and bravery. Many resistance members operated in plain sight, pretending to go about their daily lives while watching German soldiers closely. They memorized details like the number of troops in certain areas, the locations of German vehicles, and the timing of movements. Some resistance members worked as messengers, carrying this information on foot or by bicycle across towns and villages to safe locations. Communication was challenging, as any intercepted message could lead to arrests or worse. Despite these risks, members of the resistance continued to relay critical details to the Allies. Alongside the gathering of information, the resistance worked to disrupt German communications. They would cut telephone wires, intercept messages, and block radio transmissions to prevent German forces from coordinating their plans smoothly. By interfering with the Germans' communication network, the resistance caused confusion and slowed down responses to Allied advances. These efforts made it harder for the Germans to respond quickly to threats, as orders were delayed or missed entirely. On the other hand, by 1944, the Allied forces had made significant progress in Europe. Now they began to focus on liberating France. The Allied forces, primarily made up of American, British, and Canadian troops, had been planning for months to launch a massive invasion that would break Germany's hold on Western Europe. The planning of this invasion, known as Operation Overlord, was led by key Allied commanders, including General Dwight Eisenhower from the United States, who served as the Supreme Allied Commander, and British General Bernard Montgomery, who helped shape the land strategy. Their goal was to weaken Germany's power in France, which would help turn the tide of the war in Europe. After establishing a foothold in Normandy, the Allies knew they had to move fast. Paris was a critical target, not only as France's capital, but as a symbolic city that represented freedom and resistance to the Nazi occupation. Freeing Paris would not only lift the spirits of the French people, but would also break a key part of Germany's hold over Western Europe. British General Bernard Montgomery played a key role on the ground, working with American forces under General Omar Bradley. Together, they led a coordinated push through the northern regions of France, facing German defenses and reclaiming town after town as they moved toward Paris. As the Allies' forces advanced, they encountered strong German resistance. German forces, knowing the importance of keeping France under control, put up a fierce fight in cities, villages, and strategic points along the way. The battles were intense, but the Allies pressed on, gaining momentum with each victory. Canadian troops contributed significantly to the effort, particularly around the areas of Caen, where they faced tough resistance but managed to secure key positions, allowing the Allied forces to push forward. Meanwhile, Canadian troops played a crucial role in this offensive, especially around the city of Caen. Caen was a major strategic point due to its location and roadways, which connected different parts of northern France. The Germans had made Caen a central part of their defense strategy, and they were prepared to hold it at all costs. The Canadian forces faced tough fighting in this region, dealing with well-entrenched German units and overcoming heavily fortified positions. The battle for Caen took weeks, with Canadian soldiers pushing forward under heavy fire, clearing German positions from the outskirts, and eventually advancing into the city itself. The intense fighting in Caen saw the Canadians working closely with British forces, using coordinated attacks to break through the German defenses. Together, they managed to secure key points in and around the city, clearing out German strongholds that threatened the Allied advance. Each battle was hard fought, with Allied soldiers enduring difficult conditions, but their persistence paid off. Securing Caen allowed the Allies to strengthen their hold on the region. The French resistance, a network of brave civilians and fighters, had been working in secret since the early years of the Nazi occupation. This group included people from all walks of life, united by their refusal to accept German rule. They risked everything, organizing in small groups to carry out missions that would disrupt German control and aid the Allies. As the Allies moved closer to Paris, the resistance ramped up its efforts, seeing an opportunity to strike hard at the occupying forces. They cut communication lines, destroyed railways, and sabotaged German vehicles, making it harder for the German army to respond quickly to the Allied advance. The resistance also gathered crucial information on German troop movements and defensive positions, which they passed on to the Allies. These reports gave the Allied forces a clearer picture of what lay ahead, helping them plan their attacks with greater precision. Members of the resistance often acted as scouts, secretly observing German patrols. Many of them worked as messengers, delivering intelligence between different towns and Allied contacts, even though they knew the risks involved. Their bravery and dedication weakened German defenses, and their actions created significant obstacles for the occupying forces. By mid-August 1944, the Allies were closing in on Paris, and the French resistance launched a large-scale revolt within the city. Paris had been under German occupation since 1940, and for years, life had been filled with restrictions, fear, and resistance. But by the summer of 1944, things were finally starting to change. As the Allies advanced, they were joined by the French resistance, a network of brave fighters who had secretly worked against the German forces throughout the occupation. The resistance included people from all walks of life, students, workers, teachers, and even former soldiers, who believed in fighting for freedom. Over the years, they had carried out acts of sabotage, destroyed German equipment, and provided the Allies with valuable intelligence on German positions. With the Allies approaching, the resistance saw an opportunity to play a direct role in the liberation of their city. They increased their activities, disrupting German communication lines, blocking key roads, and disrupting German supply routes to weaken the occupiers. In mid-August, as the Allies closed in on Paris, the German commander in the city, General Dietrich von Choltitz, faced an impossible situation. He had orders from Adolf Hitler to defend Paris at all costs, and even to destroy it if he couldn't hold it. Monuments, bridges, and landmarks like the Eiffel Tower were to be demolished if Paris fell. But Choltitz knew that the city was no longer defensible. The resistance had already launched an uprising within Paris, and his forces were struggling to keep control. Thousands of Parisians took to the streets, setting up barricades and fighting German patrols. They were determined to free their city, and nothing would stop them. Meanwhile, people knew that liberation was close, but also understood the dangers of open resistance. Despite the risks, Parisians were eager to reclaim their city. They flew French flags from windows, painted graffiti calling for freedom, and supported the resistance in any way they could. The fighting within the city became more intense with each passing day. The resistance took control of key buildings, seized German weapons, and blocked German troops from moving freely through the streets. On August 24, 1944, the long-awaited Allied forces finally arrived on the outskirts of Paris. Leading the way was French General Philippe Leclerc, commander of the Free French Forces, who had been determined to be the first to enter Paris. Alongside American troops, Leclerc's forces pushed through German defenses, making their way into the heart of the city. When the people of Paris saw the French and American soldiers entering, they gathered to welcome the liberators, and many joined the soldiers, offering whatever support they could. The fighting continued through the night, as Allied forces and resistance fighters moved street by street, securing key points in Paris. By dawn on August 25th, German control was in danger. General von Choltitz, knowing that he could no longer hold the city, agreed to surrender, disobeying Hitler's orders to destroy Paris. Instead of leaving the city in ruins, he chose to hand it over to the Allies, sparing the people and the monuments of Paris from destruction. At 3:30 p.m. on August 25th, General Leclerc entered the Hôtel de Ville, the city hall of Paris, which was the official liberation of the city. He signed the formal surrender documents with General von Choltitz, ending 4 long years of German occupation. The people of Paris flooded the streets, celebrating with a joy that had been suppressed for so long. French flags waved from every building, and Parisians embraced the soldiers who had freed their city. Songs of victory filled the air as the celebrations grew. It was a moment of pride, relief, and hope for a future free from oppression. The liberation of Paris was more than just a military victory. It was a symbolic victory for France and the Allied forces. It showed the world that the Nazis were losing control and that freedom was possible. The Allies, now holding Paris, were one step closer to pushing Germany out of France entirely. The success of the operation brought new energy to the war effort and served as an inspiring example of courage and resilience. After the Allies successfully liberated Paris in August 1944, they continued pushing eastward, liberating more areas across France and Belgium. The Germans were being driven back, and it looked like the Allies had momentum on their side. But as they advanced, there were challenges ahead. The supply lines were stretched, and the soldiers were growing weary from months of intense fighting. As they moved closer to Germany, winter was approaching, and it brought harsh weather conditions that would complicate any military effort. Yet the Allies remained focused on advancing further, moving ever closer to the German border. While the Allies planned their next steps, the Germans were also considering their options. Despite their losses, Hitler and his commanders were not ready to give up. They knew that if the Allies could be stopped, It would buy Germany some time, and maybe even give them a chance to negotiate a peace settlement. Hitler was determined to keep the Allies from advancing further into Germany, and he decided to launch one final massive counteroffensive. This would become known as the Battle of the Bulge, one of the last major battles of World War II, and one of the largest and longest fought in Western Europe. The German High Command began planning this counteroffensive in the fall of 1944. Hitler's goal was to create a surprise attack that would split the Allied forces and disrupt their plans. He believed that if he could divide the American and British forces, it would create confusion and chaos among the Allies. This would allow the German army to strike hard, forcing the Allies to retreat and giving Germany the upper hand once again. Hitler chose the Ardennes forest as the location for this surprise attack. The Ardennes was a heavily wooded area in Belgium and Luxembourg, known for its rough terrain and narrow roads. It was not a place the Allies expected a large attack, as they believed the forest would make it difficult for any major offensive. By selecting the Ardennes, Hitler hoped to catch the Allies completely off guard. He thought the thick forests and rough landscape would provide cover for his troops, allowing them to advance undetected until they were right on top of the Allied positions. The German army planned to push through the forest, break through the Allied lines, and head straight for Antwerp, a strategic port in Belgium. If the Germans could take Antwerp in Belgium, they would cut off vital Allied supply lines and deal a serious blow to the entire Allied operation. The German strategy also had another aim beyond just disrupting the Allied advance. By capturing Antwerp and dividing the Allies, Hitler hoped he could force them to negotiate. Germany was under immense pressure on both the Eastern and Western fronts, and a peace settlement with the Western Allies would allow them to focus all their efforts on the Soviet Union in the East. Hitler believed that if he could deliver a strong blow to the Allies, they might be willing to discuss terms that would favor Germany, allowing him to strengthen his forces elsewhere. To execute this plan, the Germans gathered around 200,000 soldiers, supported by tanks, artillery, and other equipment. Despite suffering heavy losses earlier in the war, Germany managed to pull together a large force for this mission. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt and General Hasso von Manteuffel were key figures in planning and leading the attack. They were experienced commanders, and they understood the future challenges. They knew that the weather in winter could be severe, with snow and fog making it difficult for Allied planes to fly. This would work in Germany's favor, as Allied air superiority had been a major advantage up to that point. In preparing for the offensive, German commanders worked carefully to maintain secrecy. Troop movements were made at night, and radio communications were kept to a minimum to avoid detection. The German soldiers were briefed on their objectives, but were told little about the larger plan to keep them focused on their immediate tasks. The idea was to move as quietly as possible until the attack began, surprising the Allies when they least expected it. Hitler believed that this surprise element was key to the operation's success. As December 1944 approached, everything was set for the counteroffensive. The German troops had gathered near the Ardennes, hidden by the dense forests and ready to advance. They were prepared to face harsh winter conditions and long marches through challenging terrain. Meanwhile, the Allies were largely unaware of what was about to happen. The Allied lines in the Ardennes were thinner than in other areas, as they did not expect a major attack in this region. Many of the soldiers stationed there were either new recruits or had been resting after previous battles. This created a weak point in the Allied defenses, and the Germans were determined to exploit it. On the morning of December 16, 1944, the German counteroffensive began. German artillery opened fire across the Ardennes, pounding the Allied lines with thousands of shells. Shortly after, German infantry and tank divisions started moving forward, breaking through the thinly defended lines. The surprise attack caught the Allies off guard, and the German advance pushed deep into Allied territory. Within hours, the German forces had created a large bulge in the front line, which was named the Battle of the Bulge. Unfortunately, the Allies rushed to respond, facing a fierce and relentless German assault. The German forces were well prepared and highly motivated, pushing forward despite heavy resistance. Their main goal was to create confusion within the Allied ranks, forcing them to fall back or surrender in large numbers. The terrain of Ardennes forest was rugged, with narrow roads and dense forests, making it challenging for any military force to maneuver. The Germans hoped that the Allies would never expect a large attack through such an area. By choosing this route, the German commanders were counting on the element of surprise to help them break through the Allied lines. One of the key tactics that Germany used in this offensive was the famous Blitzkrieg, or lightning war approach. This tactic was not new to the Germans. They had used it successfully earlier in the war to achieve quick victories. Blitzkrieg was all about speed and surprise. German tanks and soldiers would push through weak points in enemy lines, moving so quickly that the opposing forces wouldn't have time to regroup or mount a strong defense. In the Battle of the Bulge, German forces aimed to strike fast, breaking through in several places to overwhelm the Allies and cause confusion. The German attack plan involved multiple points of assault. Instead of attacking in one single area, German commanders spread their forces across several key locations along the front. This strategy was intended to stretch the Allied defenses thin, making it harder for them to respond effectively to each attack. By creating these multiple points of assault, the Germans hoped to prevent the Allies from reinforcing their lines quickly, leaving openings that the German tanks and infantry could exploit. This tactic required careful planning, as each German unit needed to coordinate with the others to keep the pressure on the Allies across a broad area. As the attack began, German forces relied heavily on their tanks, known as panzers, to break through Allied positions. Germany deployed some of its best tanks for this offensive, including the powerful Tiger and Panther tanks, which were known for their strong armor and firepower. These tanks led the charge, smashing through the Allied lines and clearing a path for the infantry to follow. The German soldiers moved quickly, advancing with the tanks and setting up defensive positions to protect their gains. Their goal was to keep moving forward without getting delayed, allowing them to cover as much ground as possible before the Allies could react. Alongside the tanks, German artillery played a key role in the initial stages of the battle. Artillery units fired hundreds of shells at the Allied positions, aiming to destroy fortifications and scatter the defending soldiers. This intense bombardment created openings in the Allied lines, making it easier for the tanks and infantry to push through. The artillery strikes also disrupted Allied communication lines, which further added to the chaos and confusion among the defenders. By breaking down these lines of communication, the Germans made it difficult for the Allies to coordinate their response. The German commanders knew that speed was essential for their plan to succeed. They wanted to reach Antwerp within days, cutting off vital Allied supply routes. The capture of Antwerp would be a severe blow to the Allies, as it was one of the primary ports used to bring in supplies, reinforcements, and equipment. If the Germans could take control of this port, the Allies would face major supply shortages, giving Germany a stronger position in Western Europe. Hitler believed that such a victory would weaken the Allied forces and possibly force them to negotiate a peace settlement, allowing Germany to focus on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union. However, this ambitious plan came with significant risks. The German forces were already stretched thin, and many of their troops were young and inexperienced, or older soldiers who had been pulled from other duties. Fuel was also a major concern for the German tanks and vehicles. Germany had limited fuel supplies by late 1944, and the offensive relied on capturing Allied fuel depots along the way to keep the tanks moving. This meant that if the Germans encountered delays, they risked running out of fuel and losing their momentum. The weather also played a critical role in the German strategy. The offensive began during a period of thick fog and heavy snowfall, which grounded Allied aircraft. Without air support, the Allies had a much harder time spotting and stopping the advancing German forces. The German commanders saw this as a temporary advantage, giving them the cover they needed to push forward without interference from the sky. However, they knew that once the weather cleared, the Allies would likely bring in their air forces, which could target German tanks and supply lines. As the battle continued, German forces pushed into Allied territory, creating the large bulge in the front lines that gave the battle its name. The Blitzkrieg tactics worked effectively at first, allowing German units to cover significant ground and break through some of the weaker Allied positions. But as the battle wore on, the challenges started to mount. The Allies, though initially caught off guard, regrouped and began to organize a counterattack. However, the Allies, with their superior numbers and air support, eventually turned the tide. As the weather improved, Allied planes took to the skies, targeting German tanks, supply trucks, and artillery positions. Without the sufficient fuel and supplies, the German advance slowed, and they could not reach Antwerp as planned. The German offensive in December 1944 took the Allies by surprise. German forces advanced nearly 50 miles into Allied territory, creating a massive bulge in the front lines that would later give this battle its name. The suddenness of the attack threw the Allies into chaos, as their defenses were thin in this sector, and they had not expected a major offensive through the Ardennes forest. American forces, especially those in the town of Bastogne, quickly found themselves in a dire situation. Bastogne was a key position, as it lay at a crossroads essential for controlling the area. German troops surrounded the town, cutting off supplies and reinforcements. The American soldiers inside were faced with harsh winter conditions, limited food, and dwindling ammunition. Despite these challenges, the Americans held their ground, refusing to let the Germans take the town easily. The situation in Bastogne grew more desperate each day, as the Germans demanded that the American forces surrender. In response, General Anthony McAuliffe, the commander in Bastogne, gave a simple reply and indicated that the Americans would not give in, no matter how tough the situation became. The Allies quickly began organizing a response to this unexpected assault. Reinforcements were mobilized, and efforts were made to break through to Bastogne and relieve the troops trapped there. General George S. Patton redirected his Third Army northward, making a rapid advance through difficult terrain to reach the town. The harsh winter weather, with snow and freezing temperatures, made it difficult to move supplies and reinforcements. Yet, despite these conditions, the Allies pushed forward, determined to counter the German advance and regain control of the battlefield. The initial days of the Battle of the Bulge were marked by significant losses for the Allies. Many soldiers were caught off guard, and the Germans inflicted heavy casualties. The resistance shown in Bastogne and the swift action of Allied commanders helped to turn the tide. As more troops arrived and the weather began to clear, the Allies were able to regroup and prepare a stronger defense, setting the stage for a fierce counterattack that would eventually push the Germans back and bring an end to the battle. For days, heavy snow and thick clouds had kept Allied planes grounded. But around December 23rd, the weather finally cleared up. This change allowed Allied air forces, especially American and British aircraft, to resume their missions. Planes flew over the battlefield, targeting German supply lines, tanks, and troops. This air support was crucial. The German forces, already struggling with fuel shortages, faced even more setbacks as their supplies were bombed, slowing their advance significantly. The return of Allied air power hit the Germans hard. Planes dropped bombs on German convoys and cut off critical supply routes. Fuel depots, vehicles, and equipment were destroyed from above, making it difficult for the Germans to continue pushing forward. With their fuel supplies running low, German tanks and trucks couldn't move as easily, forcing some units to abandon their vehicles. The air support also gave the American and British troops on the ground a morale boost, knowing they now had strong support from the skies. By late December, the Allies were ready to take back the ground they had lost. They launched a powerful counteroffensive, determined to push the Germans back. General George S. Patton's Third Army made a bold move, pushing through enemy lines to reach the surrounded town of Bastogne. This was a major turning point in the battle. The arrival of Patton's forces relieved the American troops in Bastogne, who had been holding out against intense German attacks for days. The successful relief of Bastogne lifted Allied morale and gave them the strength to continue fighting. With both ground and air forces working together, the Allies steadily regained control. The combined efforts of the air raids and the ground counterattacks turned the tide of the Battle of the Bulge. What had started as a German offensive now became a retreat, marking the beginning of the end for the German forces in the West. The Allies' success in reclaiming lost ground in the Battle of the Bulge played a major role in bringing World War II closer to its end. The defense of Bastogne became one of the defining moments of the battle. Despite being surrounded and heavily outnumbered, the American soldiers held their ground, refusing to surrender. Patton's arrival with fresh troops gave them the boost they needed, and together they pushed back the German forces around Bastogne. The German army began to retreat. The Allies advanced, reclaiming the territory lost in the initial attack. The battle had taken a heavy toll on both sides, with many soldiers lost in the fighting, but the Allies had successfully stopped Germany's final major offensive. Finally, American and British troops, joined by Belgian and Luxembourgian forces, worked together to reclaim villages and towns that had been under German control just weeks before. These efforts not only secured the ground, but also restored morale among the Allied forces, who had faced one of the toughest battles of the war. As January 1945 continued, the Allies systematically cleared out any remaining German resistance in the Ardennes region. German troops were exhausted, low on supplies, and facing dwindling reinforcements. The lack of fuel continued to be a major issue for the German forces, with many of their tanks abandoned along the roads due to empty fuel tanks. Without the necessary resources to sustain their defense, German troops were forced to withdraw further, leaving the battlefield scattered with the remains of a once powerful offensive. The Allies took advantage of the situation, capturing large numbers of German soldiers as they retreated. German High Command, recognizing the failure of the offensive, shifted their focus back to defensive strategies, hoping to slow the Allies' advance into Germany itself. However, the Battle of the Bulge had consumed German resources to a point from which they could not recover, with Germany losing valuable manpower, tanks, and other equipment they could not afford to replace. By the end of January 1945, the Allies had fully restored their original lines and were preparing for their final push into Germany. The Battle of the Bulge marked the end of Germany's ability to launch major offensives on the Western Front. From this point on, the German army was largely on the defensive, struggling to hold back the advancing Allied forces. The failure of the Battle of the Bulge or Ardennes offensive weakened Germany's position against the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front. Many troops and resources that could have been used to defend Germany in the east were instead lost in the west. With their defenses extended thin, Germany faced a growing threat from Soviet forces, who were rapidly advancing. The biggest example of this dates back to early 1945. The Soviet forces, led by Marshal Georgy Zhukov, prepared for their final push toward Berlin. After a long and intense campaign through Eastern Europe, the Soviets were now at the doorstep of Nazi Germany's capital. For the Soviet Union, taking Berlin was a strategic goal. The city represented the heart of Nazi power, and its capture would mark the end of the war in Europe. Marshal Zhukov, one of the Soviet Union's most experienced commanders, led the forces responsible for this mission. The Soviet troops advancing toward Berlin were reinforced with heavy artillery, powerful tanks, and thousands of soldiers. Each unit knew that this would likely be their hardest fight yet, as the German defenses around Berlin were strong and the city was fortified. But Soviet forces were determined. The Soviet plan for the assault involved massive preparation. First, they gathered an overwhelming amount of firepower along the Oder River, which lay just 60 kilometers from Berlin. This preparation included setting up rows of artillery guns, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons. Soviet artillery was a key part of their strategy, as it would allow them to break through German defenses and clear a path for the soldiers and tanks that would follow. The artillery positions were organized in stages, so as the troops advanced, the artillery could provide constant support. Meanwhile, inside Berlin, German commanders worked to fortify the city's defenses. The German army, though weakened, had stationed soldiers, tanks, and anti-aircraft guns throughout key locations around the city. They created a series of defense lines designed to hold off Soviet forces as long as possible. Knowing that a direct attack was imminent, the Germans placed artillery and heavy weapons along Berlin's outer defenses. Artillery units were stationed strategically to maximize their reach, giving the defenders the ability to fire on advancing Soviet forces as they approached the city. The German plan involved creating strong defensive points along main roads and entryways into Berlin. German engineers and soldiers set up barricades and obstacles to slow the Soviet tanks and infantry. They fortified buildings and built bunkers in central locations, using them as strongholds, where German soldiers could fire from protected positions. German forces also laid mines in open areas and along likely Soviet routes, hoping to disrupt their advance and force them into narrower, heavily guarded pathways. In addition to troops, the Germans deployed tanks and other armored vehicles, positioning them in defensive formations. However, due to fuel shortages and damaged infrastructure, many tanks were immobilized, which limited their use. The remaining tanks, including models like the Panzer and Tiger tanks, were stationed along main streets and intersections, where they could target approaching Soviet vehicles. These tanks were valuable in defending Berlin's core, but there were not nearly enough to match the Soviet numbers. German commanders, including General Helmuth Weidling, who was appointed to lead Berlin's defense, focused on coordinating each part of the defense. He knew that morale was low and resources were scarce, yet he and other commanders stressed to their troops the importance of holding their ground. They held meetings with soldiers, explaining the importance of defending each section of the city. Orders were strict. No one was to retreat, regardless of the conditions. Meanwhile, propaganda was used to encourage German civilians and soldiers, reinforcing the idea that Berlin must be defended at all costs. Messages were broadcast to rally people to the cause, portraying the defense of Berlin as the last stand of the German nation. The German leadership tried to instill a sense of duty and resistance, urging every citizen to contribute to the defense of the capital, whether by fighting, providing supplies, or supporting in any way they could. Meanwhile, the Soviet plan for the assault involved massive preparation. First, they gathered an overwhelming amount of firepower along the Oder River, which lay just 60 kilometers from Berlin. This preparation included setting up rows of artillery guns, rocket launchers, and other heavy weapons. Soviet artillery was a key part of their strategy, as it would allow them to break through German defenses and clear a path for the soldiers and tanks that would follow. The artillery positions were organized in stages, so as the troops advanced, the artillery could provide constant support. Marshal Zhukov and his commanders had also made sure that the Soviet troops were well supplied. They had arranged for steady supplies of ammunition, food, and medical support. Unlike some earlier battles, Soviet troops faced shortages. The preparations for Berlin focused on ensuring that each unit was fully equipped. They knew that a lack of supplies could lead to setbacks, so this time, the Soviet forces were determined to have everything they needed. The Soviet forces also had powerful tanks as part of their preparation for the Berlin assault. The T-34 tank, known for its speed and armor, played a significant role. These tanks had been reliable throughout the war, proving effective in both offensive and defensive battles. Alongside the T-34s, the Soviets brought heavier tanks like the IS-2, which were equipped with large guns capable of breaking through fortified structures. These tanks would lead the charge, clearing obstacles and taking down German defenses as the Soviet soldiers followed behind. As Soviet troops prepared to advance, they also organized specialized units to handle different aspects of the assault. Engineers were brought in to clear mines and other obstacles that the Germans had set up to slow down the Soviet advance. These engineers had experience dealing with German defenses, and they were crucial for ensuring that Soviet forces could move forward without getting bogged down by barriers or traps. As Soviet troops prepared to advance, they also organized specialized units to handle different aspects of the assault. Engineers were brought in to clear mines and other obstacles that the Germans had set up to slow down the Soviet advance. As part of the preparation, Soviet forces also studied maps of Berlin and its surrounding areas. They reviewed information about key locations, such as government buildings, military bases, and areas where German forces were concentrated. Knowing the layout of the city and its defenses gave the Soviets an advantage, allowing them to plan their routes and prioritize targets that would weaken the German defense. By early April, everything was in place. Soviet forces had gathered near the Oder River, with tens of thousands of troops ready for the command to fight against the German army. Marshal Zhukov had his artillery and tanks prepared, and supply lines were set up to provide support throughout the operation. The Soviet troops waited in anticipation, knowing that soon they would march on Berlin and bring an end to the war that had cost so much. On April 15th, final preparations were completed. The Soviet artillery was positioned and ready to open fire as soon as the order was given. The soldiers, from experienced veterans to new recruits, were prepared for the intense battle that awaited them. With their guns and equipment ready, the Soviet troops awaited the command to begin the assault on Berlin. Early on April 16, 1945, the Soviet forces began with a massive artillery bombardment from their positions along the Oder River, just 60 kilometers from Berlin. Rows of artillery guns and rocket launchers launched thousands of shells, filling the air with the sound of explosions. For hours, Soviet artillery targeted German defenses, communication posts, and roads leading into the city. This bombardment was intense, intended to weaken the German lines and make it easier for Soviet infantry and tanks to push through. The skies were darkened by smoke, and the ground shook as shells landed across the German defenses. As soon as the artillery barrage ended, Soviet troops began advancing. Soviet tanks, supported by infantry, moved forward toward the German positions. Each Soviet division had a clear objective, with orders to break through specific sections of the German defenses. They encountered heavy fire from German soldiers, who were positioned in strongholds across the terrain. The German defenders, made up of the Wehrmacht, SS troops, and other units, were waiting and ready. Despite being outnumbered and outgunned, the Germans fought fiercely to hold back the Soviet advance. The initial Soviet push met with resistance, especially from German artillery and anti-tank guns placed strategically along the roads. German forces had positioned their remaining tanks and artillery pieces to cover the main approaches to Berlin. Soviet tanks faced challenges as they advanced, often forced to stop and engage German defensive positions. The Germans used their knowledge of the terrain to their advantage, setting up traps and barricades to slow down the Soviet tanks and infantry. However, the Soviet troops were determined and kept moving forward, their numbers overwhelming the German lines. They cleared obstacles and continued to push into German-held areas. As they advanced, Soviet soldiers encountered more barricades, minefields, and fortified positions. The Germans had prepared multiple lines of defense, making each step forward a challenge for the advancing Soviet forces. But with each line broken, the Soviet troops grew closer to Berlin. By mid-April, the Soviet troops had reached the outskirts of Berlin. The fighting grew even more intense as they entered the suburbs of the city. The Germans defended every street and building, knowing that each inch of territory lost brought the Soviets closer to the heart of Berlin. German soldiers, many of whom were young recruits or older men with limited training, fought with determination. They set up machine guns in buildings, used rooftops for sniper positions, and created choke points to slow the Soviet advance. Civilians, including members of the Volkssturm or People's Militia, also joined the fight, adding to the desperate defense. The Soviet troops responded by increasing their firepower. Tanks moved forward, smashing through barricades and clearing paths for the infantry to follow. Soviet artillery provided support, targeting German positions and opening the way for the advancing soldiers. Soviet commanders knew that capturing Berlin quickly would require relentless pressure, so they maintained a steady advance, moving from street to street, building to building. Each step forward was met with fierce resistance, but the Soviet numbers and firepower gave them an advantage. Inside Berlin, the situation grew more chaotic as the Soviets advanced. German commanders, realizing that the Soviet forces could not be held off forever, continued to reposition their remaining troops, trying to slow the advance. Yet, as the Soviet forces pushed forward, the German lines began to thin. Supplies were low, and communication lines were frequently disrupted. With each day, the pressure on Berlin's defenders increased, as Soviet forces kept pushing closer to the city center. By mid-April, Soviet troops had secured several areas around Berlin's outer defenses. The Soviet artillery continued to fire on German positions, supporting the advance of tanks and infantry. This steady push was breaking down German defenses, with Soviet forces overcoming each line that the Germans had set up. German forces, while still determined, began to realize the extent of the Soviet power bearing down on them. As the Soviet troops moved into Berlin, they encountered stronger resistance in certain neighborhoods, where German defenders had fortified buildings to act as strong points. Soviet soldiers advanced cautiously, knowing that each corner could hide a German sniper or machine gun nest. The Soviet tanks played a vital role here, providing cover for the infantry as they moved forward. When they encountered particularly strong defenses, Soviet soldiers would coordinate with artillery units to weaken the German positions before moving in. Each day, Soviet forces gained more ground, inching closer to Berlin's heart. The German defenses, though determined, were no match for the sheer power and numbers of the Soviet troops. Soviet commanders continued to press forward, directing their forces to keep up the momentum and not give the Germans a chance to regroup. They knew that speed was essential to avoid giving the German defenders any hope of regrouping or fortifying new positions. By the end of April 16th, Soviet troops had broken through most of Berlin's outer defenses. They now prepared to move into the parts of the city, knowing that the most intense fighting was yet to come. For the Soviet soldiers, this was a defining moment. They had pushed through miles of German-held territory, and Berlin, the symbol of Nazi power, was now within their reach. Each soldier understood the importance of capturing the city, and despite the heavy fighting, morale remained strong. As the Soviet forces moved into Berlin in mid-April, they faced fierce German resistance. German troops, along with civilian volunteers and members of the People's Militia, fought defensively in almost every street and building. They set up barricades across key roads and transformed houses and apartment buildings into defensive positions. Many of these buildings were fortified with machine guns, snipers, and small artillery pieces, creating strongholds that made it challenging for Soviet troops to advance. German soldiers fought hard, using everything at their disposal to slow down the Soviet advance. Their knowledge of the city gave them an advantage, allowing them to set up hidden positions and ambushes. German commanders had organized their remaining troops into defensive zones, each designed to hold off Soviet forces as long as possible. They knew that each minute they delayed the Soviets meant a slight hope of relief or reinforcement. However, German forces were heavily outnumbered and under constant pressure as Soviet troops continued to push forward. For the Soviets, moving through Berlin was slow and dangerous. The streets were filled with obstacles, from barricades to damaged vehicles, and every corner posed a new risk. Soviet soldiers advanced cautiously, knowing that German snipers and machine gunners could be waiting in windows, rooftops, or hidden behind makeshift barriers. They relied on their tanks and artillery to clear the way, using heavy fire to break through fortified positions. Soviet artillery shelled suspected strongholds, while tanks led the charge, protecting the advancing infantry. Meanwhile, Soviet soldiers experienced a unique type of warfare. Berlin was not like the open fields they had crossed to reach the city. Here, every street became its own battlefield. Houses, schools, and even churches became zones of conflict. German defenders often held out in one building, forcing Soviet troops to clear each one individually. It was an exhausting work, and progress was slow, but the Soviets continued their steady advance, capturing small sections of the city day by day. German resistance was determined, but it could not match the strength and numbers of the Soviet forces. As the days passed, Soviet troops broke through more lines of German defense, inching closer to the center of Berlin. The battle took a heavy toll on both sides. For the Germans, every loss felt greater as their ranks thinned and their supplies dwindled. For the Soviet soldiers, each victory brought them closer to their goal, but it was costly, with many losing comrades along the way. By mid-April, Soviet forces had reached several key areas within Berlin, including the government district and other major city landmarks. The Germans continued to defend these areas with whatever they had left, aware that losing these positions meant losing the heart of their capital. The Soviet troops advanced street by street, building by building, engaging in close-quarters combat. They moved through subway tunnels, basements, and narrow alleys, taking control of Berlin's infrastructure piece by piece. Inside Berlin, the situation grew increasingly dire for the German defenders. Supplies were running out, and communication lines were frequently cut by the advancing Soviet forces. Many German units were isolated, unable to receive orders or reinforcements. Yet despite these conditions, the defenders held their positions, knowing that surrender would mean the end. This determination kept the battle going, but it could not change the outcome. The Soviets' superior numbers and firepower were simply too overwhelming. Soviet commanders continued to press their forces forward, aware that every moment counted. They organized their soldiers to focus on breaking the strongest German defenses first, which would allow for a quicker path to the city center. Tanks moved through the streets, smashing through barricades and blasting open doors to fortified buildings. Behind them, Soviet infantry followed, ready to clear each building once the tanks had broken through the defenses. One of the defining aspects of this battle was the Soviet strategy of coordinated attacks. Soviet artillery provided constant support, pounding German positions as troops moved forward. The artillery units targeted high-risk areas, where German forces had established machine gun nests or sniper positions. This relentless artillery support helped Soviet troops make progress, forcing the German defenders to move or risk getting trapped in buildings that were under fire. As the Soviet troops closed in on the central government area, the resistance grew even fiercer. German forces, including SS units and the remaining Wehrmacht soldiers, fought with everything they had. Hitler had ordered that Berlin be defended to the last man, and many of his soldiers took these orders to heart. They continued to hold out, even when it was clear that Soviet forces were steadily advancing. By late April, Soviet troops were within reach of some of Berlin's most important landmarks, including the Reichstag, Germany's historic government building. German soldiers and civilians alike prepared for a last stand, setting up defenses in the surrounding area. Tanks, artillery, and infantry units all played a part in the assault on these final strongholds, with Soviet troops determined to complete their mission. By early May, Soviet troops had overcome most of the final defenses, capturing key locations within Berlin and bringing the battle to an end. Despite this fierce defense from the German army, the Soviet troops proceeded further, determined to finish what they had started. They used their own firepower to break through the barriers, bringing in tanks to clear the way and protect the infantry as they advanced. Soviet artillery also continued to provide support, targeting buildings and strongholds where German soldiers were hiding. The last groups of German defenders surrendered shortly after, bringing the brutal battle for Berlin to an end. The fall of Berlin was clearly a Nazi regime and the start of an incredibly challenging period of recovery for Germany. As the Soviet forces secured Berlin, they prepared to hand over control to the Allied powers, who would begin the task of rebuilding and establishing peace. Yet even as Berlin fell, Adolf Hitler, hidden in his bunker, refused to leave his post. Inside the bunker, Hitler had spent his last days with close advisors and a few loyal followers. He had given orders, discussed strategies, and clung to hope that somehow the situation might turn around. But as the Soviet forces advanced and Berlin's defenses crumbled, Hitler realized that there was no way to escape defeat. Despite his orders to continue fighting, many of his commanders knew that the end was near. By April 30th, the situation in the bunker was tense. Soviet soldiers were moving through the streets of Berlin, coming ever closer to the government district. Inside the bunker, Hitler and his inner circle felt the pressure mounting as they realized their time was running out. As defeat approached, Hitler finalized his plans. He married his longtime companion, Eva Braun, in a brief ceremony, and then he prepared for his final moments. Hitler and Braun retreated to a private room, and soon after, they were gone. It is believed that Hitler chose to take his own life rather than be captured, marking a turning point in the final days of Nazi Germany. News of his death spread quickly among his staff, and the atmosphere in the bunker became even more somber. The people who had followed Hitler, some of them since the beginning, were now left to face the reality of defeat on their own. Outside, as the news of Hitler's death began to spread, it quickly affected the remaining German forces. In several parts of the city, soldiers began to surrender, realizing that there was no longer any leadership to guide them or any point in holding out. The organized resistance that had been so fierce in earlier battles started to collapse. Soviet soldiers, who had fought for weeks to reach Berlin, now found themselves at the heart of the enemy's capital, victorious but aware of the losses they had suffered along the way. After Hitler's death, the few remaining members of the Nazi government tried to continue operations, but without real leadership, their efforts were disorganized and ineffective. Within days, the last parts of the city surrendered, and any remaining German units laid down their arms. Berlin, once the seat of Nazi power, was now fully in the hands of the Allies. The impact of Hitler's suicide reached far beyond Berlin. Across Germany, news of his death spread, and German forces began to surrender in other areas as well, knowing that the war was finally over. For the German people, it was the end of an era filled with conflict, loss, and devastation. For the Soviet forces, it was a victory that had come at a high cost, but one that brought a sense of relief and closure. Hitler's death marked the end of the leadership that had driven Germany into war, and with it, the end of the Nazi regime. The final surrender came just days after Hitler's death, as German officials signed the documents ending hostilities in Europe. The following day, May 8, 1945, was declared Victory in Europe Day, or VE Day. Around the world, people celebrated this long-awaited victory. In cities across Europe and the United States, crowds gathered to celebrate the end of the war in Europe. There were parades, speeches, and joyful gatherings as people filled the streets. They waved flags, sang, and embraced one another, relieved that the fighting had finally stopped. The end of the war brought a sense of hope and relief, as millions looked forward to a future free from conflict. In London, thousands of people gathered outside Buckingham Palace to see the British royal family. King George and Queen Elizabeth appeared on the balcony, acknowledging the cheering crowds below. The British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, gave a speech expressing his pride and gratitude for the sacrifices made by the British people and their allies. It was a moment of unity and hope for a peaceful future. President Harry S. Truman addressed the American people, announcing the victory in Europe and honoring the bravery of the American soldiers who had fought alongside the Allies. Across the country, cities held celebrations, with people gathering in town squares and public spaces to mark the end of the war. For the American people, VE Day was a time of relief and celebration. After years of hardship and sacrifice, they could now look forward to the return of their loved ones and a new era of peace. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin addressed the nation, praising the sacrifices made by Soviet soldiers and civilians alike. In Moscow, celebrations included fireworks, parades, and gatherings as people came together to honor the victory. In France, the celebrations were filled with gratitude for the liberation that had come at such a high cost. French citizens remembered the years of occupation and hardship, and VE Day was a time to honor the soldiers who had fought to free their country. Parades were held in Paris, and the French people celebrated in the streets, waving flags and cheering. For the French, Victory in Europe Day was a reminder of their strength and unity, as well as a tribute to those who had lost their lives in the fight for freedom. For the German people, VE Day brought relief from the devastation of war, but also a heavy burden. They faced the enormous task of rebuilding their country from the ruins and coming to terms with the consequences of the Nazi regime. The German cities lay in ruins, and resources were scarce. People faced a long and difficult road to recovery, but VE Day also marked the beginning of a new chapter, one in which Germany would work toward peace and reconciliation. The end of the war in Europe allowed the Allied nations to shift their focus. With Germany's surrender, they could now concentrate their efforts on the Pacific, where the war against Japan continued. While VE Day marked the end of World War II in Europe, the conflict in the Pacific was still ongoing, and Allied forces prepared for the final battles against Japan. As the celebrations of VE Day continued, world leaders met to discuss the future of Europe. The task of rebuilding would require cooperation and support from all the Allied nations. In the early months of 1945, the situation for Japan in the Pacific had grown desperate. The US military had steadily advanced across the Pacific, island by island, bringing the war closer to Japan's shores. By then, the Japanese Navy was nearly destroyed and their supply lines had been heavily cut off. Still, Japan showed no signs of surrender and made it clear that every piece of land would be defended fiercely, hoping to make the Allied forces reconsider invading. To face this challenge, US military planners set their sights on Iwo Jima. Located only 800 miles from Japan, the island held strategic importance as a base for air raids and emergency landings for damaged bombers. The US knew that capturing Iwo Jima would be a tough and costly battle, but they also saw it as a necessary step to bring the war to Japan's doorstep. Despite the flag on Mount Suribachi, intense fighting continued for weeks. Following the orders of General Kuribayashi, Japanese defenders used their tunnel systems to surprise US forces with sudden attacks. Every airfield, bunker, and stronghold was fiercely defended, as the Japanese aimed to inflict as many casualties as possible on the advancing Marines. The battle turned into a war of endurance, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Eventually, the US gained control of the island's airfields, which played a key role in the air campaign against Japan. By late March 1945, after weeks of intense fighting, nearly 7,000 US Marines had lost their lives, and over 19,000 were wounded. The Japanese suffered even higher losses, with most of the 21,000-strong garrison killed, including General Kuribayashi. Only a small number of Japanese soldiers survived. Capturing Iwo Jima had a huge impact on the Pacific War. It provided a vital base for bombing raids over Japan and a safe landing area for damaged bombers returning from missions. As the battle for Iwo Jima continued, US forces took 2 more weeks to secure the remaining airfields. Even with fighting still going on, the US Air Force began using the airfields for emergency landings. By spring and summer of 1945, over 2,500 damaged US bombers safely landed on the island, often saving their crews from disaster. After 6 grueling weeks, the last pockets of Japanese resistance were finally crushed by the end of March 1945. Out of the 22,000 Japanese troops on the island, only about 200 survived. For the Americans, the victory came at a high cost, with almost 7,000 Marines killed and over 18,000 wounded. While capturing the island was a major success, the heavy toll of the battle raised concerns about the potential cost of a full invasion of Japan's main islands. This costly victory brought the war closer to Japan and highlighted the fierce resistance that lay ahead. The US now faced the daunting decision of how to end the war swiftly and with fewer lives lost, a decision that would ultimately lead to the use of atomic bombs, ending the war in a way no one had expected. Meanwhile, in early 1945, Japan's position in the Pacific was becoming desperate. The US had fought its way across the ocean, island by island, and was now closing in on Japan. The capture of Iwo Jima gave the US a strategic base close to Japan, but the high cost of that battle led military leaders to think about other ways to end the war without a full-scale invasion. One possible approach was large-scale bombing. The goal was to weaken Japan's ability to fight by targeting its factories and infrastructure. At the start of the war, this was a challenge, as Japan was out of reach for US bombers. However, a new bomber, the B-29 Superfortress, changed everything. With a range of over 3,000 miles, these planes could now fly from US bases in the Pacific and reach Japan. In 1942, the US launched the Doolittle Raid, a symbolic bombing of Tokyo, but this small strike was more of a morale booster than a tactical move. In 1944, with the arrival of the B-29, the US could launch serious bombing campaigns. By mid-1944, the US captured the Mariana Islands, providing bases that put Japan within striking distance. On November 24, 1944, over 100 B-29s took off to bomb the Nakajima aircraft factory in Tokyo. Despite the scale of the mission, only a few bombs hit the target, showing that high-altitude bombing was still difficult without fighter escorts. As months passed, the US adjusted its strategy. In December 1944, they shifted to lower-altitude bombing with incendiary bombs, which were particularly effective. This approach showed its true impact in March 1945, when bombers dropped 2,000 tons of firebombs on Tokyo, destroying 16 square miles of the city and taking more than 100,000 lives. It was one of the deadliest bombings in war history. However, without fighter escorts, the bombers still faced risks, which were partially reduced with the capture of Iwo Jima. Now, P-51 fighters could escort the B-29s, greatly increasing their mission success. Even with these devastating bombing campaigns, Japan showed no signs of surrendering. Leaders in the US realized that bombing alone might not bring Japan to its knees, so they prepared for the next battle towards Okinawa. Okinawa was only 350 miles from Japan, making it a key stepping stone for an invasion. In April 1945, this battle began, with US forces aiming to secure the island and move closer to the Japanese mainland. The Japanese, led by General Mitsuru Ushijima, had over 120,000 soldiers stationed on Okinawa. They prepared for a fierce defense, hoping to wear down the Americans with heavy losses. The US launched a huge invasion fleet led by Admiral Chester Nimitz. On March 23, 1945, the operation began with a week-long naval bombardment, softening Japanese defenses. On April 1, 1945, US Marines and Army troops landed on Okinawa's beaches. To their surprise, they encountered little resistance initially. By the end of the first day, 60,000 troops had moved 2 miles inland, establishing a strong foothold on the island. This lack of opposition was part of Japan's plan. Their forces had fortified positions on the island, setting a deadly trap for the advancing US forces. As the US Marines pushed northward, they met some scattered resistance, but managed to secure the northern part of Okinawa within 3 weeks. However, the real battle was just beginning. The Japanese had prepared a series of defensive lines in the south, where they would make their stand. While the US forces fought on Okinawa, military leaders considered the high costs of continuing to push toward Japan's main islands. Bombing missions had already taken a significant toll on Japanese cities, but Japan's leaders remained defiant. The US expanded its bombing efforts with massive missions. By late July, over 2,500 damaged US bombers had made emergency landings on Iwo Jima, which served as a critical support base for air raids over Japan. As the summer of 1945 approached, it became clear that Japan was determined to fight to the last man. This determination, coupled with the heavy losses in battles like Iwo Jima and Okinawa, led the US to consider an option no one had seen before. They developed 2 atomic bombs. These bombs were unlike anything ever used in warfare. The US believed that dropping them on Japan could bring an end to the war quickly and spare the lives of thousands of Allied troops who would have died in a full-scale invasion. In early August 1945, atomic bombs were dropped on the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The devastation was immediate and overwhelming. Facing the unthinkable destruction, Japan's leaders realized that they could no longer continue the war. On August 15, 1945, Japan announced its surrender, marking the end of World War II. The bombing of Japan was the final stage in the Pacific War. It brought the conflict to a sudden, dramatic end, but it also left lasting impacts on the world. The victory in the Pacific came at a high cost, but it brought peace to a war-torn world and marked a new beginning for Japan and the Allied forces.